Okay. I believe we're live now. Testing 1, 2, 3. Let me zoom out to make sure everything looks correct here. Perfect. And let me zoom in here so things can look a little better for me at least. A bit more user friendly for me. Okay, that works good for me. Cool. So I think we're just live. No Easter egg today. That's alright. Shouldn't have to be an Easter egg every single VOD. If you're watching a VOD, hello. I'm glad to have you here. And yeah, we're gonna get started working on some game deving, some work. Oh my goodness! And I realized I mischaracterized the stream. It is not gaming, it's science and technology. How could I be such a fool? Science and technology. Alright. And that should be correct now. Maybe we'll WarFrame later today, maybe we won't. It's all good. Anyways, so it's been what? 2 days? Last time I started working on an idea. In 3 weeks? Maybe, Morgan. Maybe it's just clickbait for right now. Maybe we're just clickbaiting. Or maybe we're not. Maybe we actually get the thing done did. I don't know. I had some time to think about it. Especially early this morning. I woke up at like 1 a.m. Did some little made some breakfast for myself. Cleaned a little bit. Then did some notes in my notebook and then went back to sleep. And I feel like I have a bigger idea about what we wish to do, or what I wish to do with this game. And I posted in the channel, like the Discord, some pages from my notebook. Also, what's up, Game Dev Sasha, co-host Morgan, Big Brain Sasha. So yeah, I've had some thoughts about this. I'm sorry, what? I'm 5'1". What? Am I tall or I'm short? Wait, 5'1" plus 155 centimeters, or 5'1" equals 155 centimeters? I don't know. Your LinkedIn? No, I'm not. My LinkedIn's private. No LinkedIn. No LinkedIn today. LinkedIn remains private. Anyways, so I have some ideas. Can I do to do without having the... Oh, it's going to keep doing the thing. Delete it. I don't care. Okay. Perfect. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. Is 5'1". Okay. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's off the bot. Your IT experience. Yeah, I graduated with an IT degree, but that's different. All right. Oh, my bad, guys. I didn't mean to jump scare you. I guess my radio is a little sensitive right now. Sorry. I'm gonna put on some music today. I need some music. Yeah, I think 5'1", like, it's kind of short, but not that short. I don't know, man. I need to visually see it. These are just numbers to me. Anyways, so we had some ideas. What are you coding? So we're talking about some ideas. That's about 100% of our spam account at the end of it. Yeah, I'm not sure, man. Yeah, because I remember having that same LinkedIn question pop up earlier. We're going to select everything here. We're going to just delete it. We're going to start fresh. So I had some ideas about our new game, Fight and Flight. And the idea is I want to take an old game I made before and kind of revamp it in a somewhat short amount of time. I said 3 weeks in the title of the stream, just because, I don't know, I just want to have some kind of ballpark. But I'm not going to really be crunching to get to that deadline. I rather just want to see, like, that's going to be our check-in period. Usually, for me, I find, like, I have periods of 3 weeks where I'm super, like, into something, and then, like, we move on to the separate thing, the next thing. and we go back and forth. This game, though, I've been thinking a bit more about what we have going on here. Do I smell fire? Oh, I have my window open. Someone else's house is burning. That's all right. That's not my concern. No, I think there's some barbecue or something. All right. Anyways, so last stream we implemented some basic movement stuff, and I talked about some of the ideas I have in my mind about what we can do here. And I've been revisiting the whole pinwheel rotating concept from the Godot prototype I did forever ago. So I almost feel inclined to bring up the Discord and just show the notes there, or maybe bring like Xcali Draw out. Do I have my tablet pen? Because I feel like illustrating some of this stuff might be better than typing it out. It's very weird to say that, but yeah, I need to do something with my tablet pen. 1 second. Vim Wacom. Can I just copy this bad boy? Thank you. Okay, paste it. And I should just be good to go. Yes. Okay, let's go to, I don't know, Xcali Draw. And we're gonna start just spitballing there, the ideas I have in my mind. And then we're gonna move on executing. And hopefully what I show to you guys will be like something kind of decently actionable within the period amount of time I have as a goal. Sound fair enough to everyone here? Also, like catch up in chat. Draco, it is good to see you, Draco. About a SAMP roleplay. What's a SAMP roleplay? Always thought of why old devices make super high pitched sound. That's just due to the not the cathode ray tube. It's specifically like the thing that's oscillating the It's like the electromagnets are oscillating the actual ray around. That's how I imagine, at least. Why not? Why am I not top 2 chatter? The hierarchy, Morgan, is first, me second, and random third. You gotta work on it, man. I'm gonna tell you. Do you stream on Twitch as well? Nah. YouTube only guy for right now. I've been thinking about maybe going back to Twitch, but I don't know. On the one hand, it was my old stomping grounds. On the other hand, YouTube it's just nicer to work with you, like work on YouTube. Not work in like any professional sense, because I'm not getting paid. Not that I choose to, but either way, I don't know. I feel like I've had way less friction working on YouTube. Alright, let's talk ideas, shall we? So as you saw earlier, we have like this basic little 2D object that can move left or right, up or down, and that's it. And on the prototypes I've shown on Twitter, or on X a long time ago, when I was just you know, playing around with Godot to see how I feel about it. It was very... There are some things that didn't quite make sense. You know, before we jump into it. So we have this character that moves up, down, left, right, and that's cool. And one thing I was thinking about is just implementing a basic economy system, right? Where we had this basic game loop of fundamentally really just like you go into a level. Dude, 1 second. The fundamental game loop is you go to a level and then you go to your shop. Well, really, there's a garage in between, where you go to a level from the garage, and then from the level it produces coinage that you can use in the shop, and then the shop allows you to customize your bike, which reinforces the level. And that seems cool on paper, but I was like, all right, what is even going to be in this shop, right? Like, what is going to be within this shop? We have this idea of this motorbike that you're piloting, but like, what do we have here? And I've been playing a lot of racing games lately, and some basic ideas came to mind. One simple thing we can modify is the engine. Now, as you saw here, within our little prototype we did Friday night, that we had the basic idea of like, hey, we can have a max speed and you can have like acceleration, and that's cool. But I think there's much more we can kind of go beyond that. In fact, let me go to the channel, because I didn't bring my notebook down here. But yeah, so like if we just take inventory of the basic stuff we have. Going back here, we had the idea of just like hey, you can maybe modify your engine's top speed. And the way it's currently implemented, you can also modify its acceleration in some way, either getting a different engine or maybe like paying to change it. I don't know. That's something I'm still thinking about. And if we want to take a little step further, a little bit further, we can have this actually have more characteristics like normal engines, where instead of it being just a normal acceleration that's applied to every single step of the process, instead different engines can have different characteristics where the acceleration maybe is very drastic in the beginning but then levels off, or one that's very slow but then allows you to get a higher top speed. I know like F-Zero GX had a lot of that kind of thing, where you had engines that maybe seemed very bad at certain areas, but then like for this particular use case they had this characteristic that seemed very bad is actually really good. So that's one component of this engine thing. Something about this though is that if we play with the game the way it is currently, which is that you're bound within a fixed space, I'm not sure how much the engine characteristics matter as much. In that, like, I'm not sure why someone would choose to have a low acceleration but high top speed bike if your main goal is like just being fixed within this play area. So something that's been I've been toying around with, mentally at least, is potentially having this not be fixed scroll to address this. So not fixed scrolled, and instead treat this more like almost like a normal map, or maybe there's like a minimum distance that player is traveling at, but you can also choose to go faster than the default scroll and the camera will follow you. So there's actually some benefit to actually trying to go through like something as fast as possible, right? There's some considerations about this whole loop cycle within that, but we can cover that when we get there. So this is one potential area of customization we can add. Another one that's I'm less so keen on, but might be worth doing, is braking. So in traditional cars, you have brakes of different types, and I know my writing is terrible. I know you guys are in the Discord posting your notes and everything. Yeah, this is the best. This is me on a good day. This is how I write on a good day. So braking. So there's kind of two different options here. We can have either different types of brakes have different types of deceleration. So, stopping speed. And that's more of a straightforward choice. You're trying to get a higher stopping speed. That's one idea. The second idea is brake fading. So having your brakes have an HP of some sort, because that's how more like actual cars work now. Like that's how cars, when you're buying brakes for racing and whatnot, kind of function. It's not that the higher end brakes necessarily brake faster, but they have a longer lifespan. They're less subject to brake fading over the course of a track compared to like basic or stock stuff. So brake fade can be another component of it. Almost turning this into a little micro engine sim game. And then a third idea I was having in mind for additional customizations or adding more purpose to the shop is the idea of chips, which is something I just kind of lifted from Crimson Crown, where you can have this is meant to be mobile, right? I'm trying to make this very simple, where you have like this screen that's partitioned for like your relative joystick, or if you want to have a dedicated joystick, and then tapping anywhere on this screen is going to activate whatever chip, and it's going to go into cooldown afterwards. Chips themselves are just simple abilities. They can be different things like stopping time or time dilation. They can be things like a dash ability that lets you go fast for a brief period of time. Something like phasing, where for a brief moment of time you're invulnerable or something like that. A finite set of things like this. Nothing too fancy, nothing too complex, nothing that requires a lot of assets, and nothing that I haven't implemented before either. And these would have different grades as well. So it's not only, hey, you have this ability or you don't. It's, hey, you bought this ability, but now it's at like level 1, and if you pay this much like coins or whatever, you can upgrade it to the next level, and so on and so forth. So maybe this slows down time a little bit and it's only for like 1 second, but then at the very maximum over here it's like, oh no, time stops, and not only that, you're freely moving within stopped time, while not affecting your clock. So these are like the 3 main kind of categories I'm thinking for the shop right now. So before I go on and talking about this current basic design, let me catch up in chat, guys, because I want to have a lot of this ideas conceptually down before I start doing some more implementation. There's a lot more about what we're going to be focusing on today, which is going to be kind of some of the basic presentation stuff, but I think this is kind of important to kind of cover before we start coding and doing some actual work. So let me catch up, guys. 1 second. I can only see vertical stream through shorts, no landscape version. I'm sorry, Remy Wutend. Maybe I'm gonna, I don't know, I need to figure something out. Maybe I'll make a separate channel just for that or something, or if YouTube allows multi-streams. How the kind of monitor is called a CRT. Yup, those in CRTs for retro games. They're super sick for retro games. I really want to play some old games again on this, like Final Fantasy VI, but we'll get there eventually. Can't see half the stream, sadly, because of the phone keyboard. Ah, that's tragic, dude. I'm sorry, man. The third-party analytics. Yeah, it's terrible. Twitch is terrible, dude. I like ENC monitor. Thought the engine was the game engine, not the bike's engine. No, we're talking about the actual bike engine. I really wanted to write my own engine for this, but I think if I want to get this done within like 3-ish weeks, I need to be a bit more realistic. My engine is not mature enough just for a Linux release. Not to mention trying to release on Android, right? That's going to be a whole thing. Have camera alert acceleration to allow a better sense of speed. Well, we're going to play around with this. And see what feels. I think the biggest consideration today that's going to make or break this idea for the acceleration curves is going to be how we handle the camera and obstacles in tandem with it. So that's going to be the thing that's going to make or break this game. You could use several inputs as combinations, like accel, brake, lets you do a wheelie and something. The issue is that, like, for a keyboard game, I would love to have way more nuanced controls. If I'm going to do this for Android, I kind of have to be a bit more realistic or simple in terms of my button schemes, because as much as I like having complex controls, I also hate I hate when I want to do something complex, but then the screen, like, I don't know, for me, I just can't handle either virtual display screens or the custom app stuff. So I'm going to try to keep it very simple. At most, maybe have regions that are bound. So maybe if I want to be extra, we can have like this and partition this in half and have this be like one action, have this be a separate action. But braking here is going to be a bit odd, because braking is just the absence of any input. I could always have additional partitions, but that seems like it's going to be even more odd, especially when we if we target any phones that are relatively small in terms of screen space. So I think for this, I want to keep it very simple, super duper simple. And then maybe I'll make a version for like just purely PC that's going to have much more. Oh, I didn't even notice that the camera went out. My bad, guys. But yeah, so maybe for PC, we're going to have a version that's going to have like, because I really want to do like, I love playing racing games, and I really want to do something that's much more traditional in that kind of terms. But for this, we're doing like racing diet. The main thing I want to achieve is the ability of, hey, I want to get better at this track or get better at this thing, and we're going to try to do it. So this is one element. This is the one element that's kind of encompassed by the shop, which is the one part of our half of our essential game loop that we have going on here. I don't think you can tell this is what shop is, but that's what shop is. The next thing that is worth considering is going to be the level, and this is where we get more into the nitty-gritty of the presentation of it, which is going to be, hey, how does this look? Are we going to have like this just simple side view 2D thing like we had in the original game, or are we going to do the pinball rotation thing like we had for the other game? Let me see if I can find the prototype here. Where is the prototype? Where's the prototype? No, that's from Messy Mansion. I know we did a Godot thing. I know you're here somewhere. Don't hide from me. I know you're here somewhere. Oh yeah, that's young man days. Not a young man, but young. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So this is the second option of like rotating around the wheel. So initially, I actually really like this. I think it's much cooler of a presentation than a 3-laner. Because if you remember with the other version of the game, the original version of the game, it was initially just a 3-lane game. You only had 3 lanes you could be in. This one, or this one. And your options are simplified to just going in between them. I wanted to get rid of this and make it a free movement thing so that these engine choices have a lot more impact. Now that's cool, but this still feels kind of constrictive. However, if we do the rotational thing, like this is a tube and then like the player's rotating around it, that gives us way more play area for the player to kind of navigate and work on, and more interesting interactions with the background since you're rotating. One thing that felt weird is just like the presentation of like how this is. Because it's kind of weird for the player to be on a side profile. I think if you're doing this kind of presentation, I want the player to be shown from above, but I don't know. There's something about the side profile that I just think looks really sick. But if I were to try to position it up here instead, we run into this issue where visibility is just really jank. Where if this is like a side profile, and this is like the tube, and then this is where the player is oriented, if the camera is oriented here, what we see is just like this, but the player can't see the other half. So if they tried going this way, it's kind of a blind decision. So either we move the player down here and just sacrifice that position and have it feel kind of weird that you're on the side. Another idea I have potentially is to have the camera actually be up at an angle like so, and have the player still be on the top somewhat, but at an angle so that more of this area is visible. So I can kind of have the best of both worlds, where it makes sense for the player to be in the side profile and then doing like this. The reason I'm kind of caring about that as well is because I've been thinking about what this center sphere is going to be look like in the world. Diegetically, what is this thing going to be? I don't want it to be just a wall, because I mean, this is cool that you can rotate around this thing, but it just looks kind of boring if you don't do anything kind of interesting with it. And maybe I could do like a CRT effect across everything or whatever, but I don't know, that just feels lame, and I want to have something that kind of feels tied to whatever theme we have for the environment. So what I started having this idea is like kind of Animal Crossing's pinwheel world, where this is like the center pillar, but then we can have architecture and like skyscrapers and stuff emerge out of this, so that like as you rotate, it almost feels like you're going across the entire world. This is gonna be kind of weird, like kind of abstract, because it's like, all right, you're rotating across this entire world within a few like seconds. So is this place really small, or what is this? But if we recall last stream, we kind of kicked around different ideas of how to justify this kind of world connection thing, and I think I have some kind of justification in my mind, or even like a world building thing, because of course we have to have some element of that kind of explains how this works. This is totally not, it's necessary for me, because then all the decisions I do as far as assets or everything is concerned, it makes more sense, right? And the idea I've kind of come to is that we have planets, and there's like this interdimensional highway that physically exists, right? That connects them. And we're gonna suspend our disbelief here, and we're gonna say, hey, yeah, these planets have these interconnected highways that have actual cities, and it's not like, hey, this is just a means to get to point A to point B, but it's actually a place that exists, and maybe it's not even a rigid structure, so that it can flex and expand as like orbits change and whatnot. I don't know. This is our world. We can do dumb things if we want to. I think it's something cool. So we're gonna have like this liminal civilization between galaxies, and we're just not gonna question it, right? And then maybe we say like, hey, I don't know, the players maybe the player's moving horizontal or down this pipe like through jet fuel or something, but then like as far as their vertical position, it's actually locked. Like there's some kind of, I don't know, superconductor down here, and it's like magnetized, and that's how the player is being locked in space horizontally at least. And even if it's dumb, I just need to have something to work off of, because that's gonna help, and it's gonna help inform the decisions we make about this. So anyways, so we're gonna be exploring today this pinwheel world movement and control. We're also gonna be exploring how we're gonna change a character's current movement from being positional on the y-axis to instead have the x be positional, but then have the y be rotational, which shouldn't be that crazy. So yeah, those are some of the ideas I have there. And then of course we have to talk, I think the last important frontier that's going to be pivotal to this is going to be what the funnels and faucets for our economy is going to look like. I mean, we know fundamentally like what the sink looks like for the economy, the shop. But what about the faucets? What's going to be the condition for the player to get these coins and whatnot, right? Or currency of some sort. We have a well-defined sink. We haven't really defined the faucet that much. But before I get even further into this, guys, let me just catch up in chat real quick. 1 second, guys. I know I've been yapping. I just want to get these ideas out before we start coding, before we start typing anything. So you're on the same page as me. I'm on the same page as me. We're all on the same page with me. That way, like, once things start going off the rail, we can go back to the Excali draw board and be like, all right, you're violating this. All right, anyways, let me catch up in chat, guys. You could have camera lerp acceleration. Yeah, that's yeah. What about the rotation? You could queue your chips and have them rotate with cooldown, so you can set up your run chips and find that works. Oh, okay, that's interesting. How I got here, but what is this in simple terms? Ugly Mug, we are designing a game, and we're planning to make it within three-ish weeks. I'm not committing to it. It's just a tentative deadline, just to kind of, you know, see if, to gauge, hey, can I actually get this done within the idea is hopefully we get to week 3 and all the core stuff we've outlined here are implemented at some level, and we've tested it in the Discord, so you guys have actually tried it out for yourself, and the next week is going to be polishing just to get something out and published. Could include a timer so it keeps track of how fast they complete the track. Yep, Traco here a few months ago. Well, you're welcome back, dude. It's good to see you again. How's that CRT cozy? It's going good, DJ. Orlando, it is going good. It's surviving. It hasn't died on me yet. I don't have to worry about stockpiling a reserve of backup CRTs for now. Where the door didn't work, I'm putting that in the back burner for right now. There's some big, I'm contemplating some big refactors that's gonna like just, it's hard to say, but it's just kind of true. It's gonna kind of, if I move forward with it, it's gonna halt production. So for a minute until I get it working. Like, it's a case of we have to go backwards and redo it just so I can start adding stuff, and yeah, that's a whole thing. And then yeah, I just want to make something small. I want to see if I can make something small, but we're gonna come back to it ASAP as soon as we're done with this. Hey, thank you, Lucky Soprano. I'm glad I found you on the stream. RAM, we got 64 gigs. Using Ubuntu? Of course we're using Ubuntu. Of course we're using Ubuntu. How can I not? Ubuntu is peak. It is peak. i3 is peak. I cannot live without i3. This is my one true faithful love. Anyways, so as for this sink or faucet that I've been alluding to for levels and how they contribute to the game's economy. Levels. So this is less ironed out. I haven't really put an iron fist and said, this is how it's gonna be. So this is just the ideas I've had. In fact, I have pictures on my phone. Let me pull up my phone real quick, because I think that's the second page. The second page. Where's my gallery? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, it's very basic. So like levels, it essentially would have like these two increments and decrements, right? So there's a simple like, hey, you cleared the stage thing, and you get a bonus for clearing it. And then if you take damage, that gets docked from you. So damage docks your pay, because we're assuming that's, hey, you gotta make repairs. And then we can have a time bonus as well. So if you beat this level or get to the end of this within a certain amount of time, you get a certain extra bonus for doing that. I think that's the simplest thing. And I think what we can even do is, this is kind of how the run works, where it's like, all right, you start from planet A and then you try to get to planet B, and if you make it to planet B, you get this clear bonus, and then you can continue on to planet C and so on and so forth. And then once we run out of content, we start to, you know, swapping them out, randomizing them a little bit, while still maybe increasing aggregate, like the general difficulty continuously. So even if we go back to the first, like if this is World 1 and we go back to World 1 afterwards, it should still be significantly more difficult. There's that. Yeah, there's an option of potentially having them, like, give them the option to bail out if they don't want to. So maybe add an additional, like, hey, you know, if you don't want to risk going to level 2 and getting your bike damage and then having all your pay docked, you can just not do that. But I don't know, I want this game to be very casual. I don't want them to be worried about, like, I don't want anything to discourage them from playing levels. You get what I'm saying? I want this to be very forgiving and encouraging for people to try to go as far as they possibly can. So I think this is what we're going to do. So the basic stuff, simple things. I think this is pretty reasonable, and I think, at least for me, it's a bit more interesting than just the simple 3-laner I once made. I think for me, mechanically, this is like a step above what I did before. Don't worry, guys. This is just cream soda. Cream soda. Just good old Sprecher cream soda. Welcome back, Snot. You gonna sell? Yeah, probably. This is gonna be the first game I sell as Cozy Cabin Games if we get it done did. Probably like 99 cents, nothing crazy. What I did for Let Me Cook is, you have recipes. Each recipe has a timer. If you finish before the timer, you get remaining time as a bonus. Yeah, that could be a thing as well. Yeah. It's gonna, no matter what, it's gonna end up essentially being like that one way or another. Like at the end of the day, you have like this, there's going to be some kind of time that's determined, that's going to be what indicates whether or not you get any time bonuses. So it effectively just kind of works like that. Thank you, Ron. Glad you dig it. So I think if we zoom out and look at everything we just threw onto this page, I think we have the makings of a game here. I think we have the makings of a game. But I think the most important thing that's going to make or break it is going to be this component, the levels, and specifically the presentation and the actual maneuverability of it. So I think today we're going to start working on getting this orbital mechanic thing made. I might even do, like, go and hop in Blender and make a quick little version of this planet thing, so we can kind of see how this would look in execution and then decide if we like it or not. Excuse me. But yeah, I think we're good to go. So without further ado, let us go into here, and I think we're gonna have to change the fundamental character hierarchy for objects, because our beautiful little character is no longer gonna be oriented where we have them currently. Do I only have 2 characters? I guess I do. So we're gonna have to change the hierarchy. The idea I have in mind is just simply having this, and we already have it actually, which is this game object board, which now we're gonna change it to like a pinwheel. But essentially this is gonna be acting as our center, and then we're instead gonna orient the player Oh, that's not the player. What are you? Wait, what are you? You're the cozy. This is a lighting system. What am I grabbing? Where is the? Here's the game board. There's the game board. And let's get rid of all these players because we don't care about them now. And the game board is going to be defining the center. And now the player, and we're going to remove this constant rotation because that's no longer a thing anymore. And now the player is going to be placed at the radius from that center point. So let's actually orient this at identity first. And then we'll kind of, oh, I think we're just already there. So we can just define what the radius is going to look like, place it there. And then we have the camera, which is going to be, in fact, actually, we should move this forward. I think it's going to make more sense with the way the camera is positioned here. And then the camera should be attached to the player for right now. And we'll go from here. So now we need to do some stuff. In fact, in all honesty, I almost want the root player object to be also positioned at center so we can just rotate this as we desire, just this transform instead of the parent transform, and have the representation be placed outwards. Yeah, I think we could do that. I think it would be simpler to just do that. So we're just gonna place the player back at origin, and we're gonna move the sprite and camera to be outward, and that's gonna be defining the origin. And I believe I even have like a gizmo thing. Did I not have a gizmo? Sphere? No. I had something to like draw just an empty sphere where this is at, just so we can see in space where the origin was, but that's okay. And now we have to modify this player script to convert the Y positional changes to be in radians and rotational instead of positional changes. So we're gonna see how this works. And I think we're gonna do things very different in this game. I think we're gonna be focusing so far way more on mechanics and just get this done first, and then I'm gonna start worrying more about presentation. This presentation I do care about just because it's like actually affects how the game's gonna be played. So we're gonna be putting in that work there. And now we have this X component and Y component. And now, instead of having this direction component be stored with the Y component, we're going to still keep this just to be X. And instead, we're going to be making this quaternion. Rotation. It's going to be equal to, I think we're going to do a quaternion Euler for simplicity on the X component, and it's going to be the X or Y component because we're rotating on the X. Like if this is the unity is like this, right? Or is it like Z positive is out that way? I think so. I can't remember. But if this is X positive, then we're going to be rotating on the X axis. So what we're going to do is have the Y component value be there. We're also going to have some kind of specific conversion unit for how much radians you want to do per, or degrees you want to do per I don't know, input, I guess. But for right now, we're just going to use this, and we're going to set this to be 0, 0 across the board. And then finally, when we do this step right here, we're also going to have to apply this to rotation. It's going to be a times equal instead, because that's how you do changes to quaternions. And honestly, we're going to have to do something a little bit different than just do this direct multiplication, because actually, you might even have to have this happen here. Yeah, because if you want to have our engine affect the rotation and the translation in a somewhat similar way, then we need to have the same kind of lerping behavior happen there. But we're going to be modifying this lerping behavior anyways. But right now I just want to get this functioning first, and then we're going to go from there. So we have a y component. We're going to multiply it by time.delta time for right now. And then we'll have some kind of additional rotation factor, and then we'll change this later. I just want to see if this works how I have it in my mind. And then we'll just kind of go from there. Let's say rotation speed will be like, because this is going to be per second, so let's say like, I don't know, maybe 15 degrees per second. That sounds reasonable to me. So within, yeah, we're not doing the lerping thing here either, so it's going to be instantaneous for right now. That's fine. Oh my goodness, what am I doing? There we go. No, Ryder, don't be smart for me. I know what I want. Okay, we're going to do rotation speed. And then there should be local rotation as well, not world space rotation. So that's an important distinction I had to make here as well. There should be local rotation. And let's go back to here. Let's press play. Hopefully this just compiles. No issues, no problems. And then, hey! Cool. So let's make sure we're actually rotating around this axis. So we're gonna add a little sphere here just for me to indicate like, hey, this is the origin of where we're doing stuff. So I'm just gonna add a simple 3D object sphere for right now. Or maybe even cylinder. No, let's do cube, because I can actually see what the rotations are looking like. And then maybe up this speed a little bit, because it seems very slow. So maybe 30 degrees. And then let's actually try doing the lerping as well. I think we're going to do spherical lerp. That's what we do for this, right? Okay, this is gonna be weird because I know quaternions are not commutative, so that's a whole thing. We're gonna do target. You have to have like a quaternion velocity as well. Okay, let's just see if this works as intended first before we even do any of this smooth lerping business. So let's just get into it. Okay, and sure enough, we are rotating around our target object. Beautiful. Beautiful. Again, still feels really slow, but whatever. We'll do 60 degrees. Or maybe that's what you pay for, right? Not with actual money, like the in-game money. No microtransactions in this game. But, yeah, so we have to have another version of like velocity that we're gonna be lerping, but that's gonna be for quaternions. I really don't know too much about quaternions. They're just kind of fancy to me. I need to at some point, but angular velocity, I'm guessing, is the term we're gonna be using here. Angular velocity. Perfect. Okay, so we have this, we have this. So now we're gonna be doing the same thing we're doing here, but for the quaternion, that is angular velocity. And then we're going to be doing a quaternion slurp. And then we're going to be passing in our angular velocity. Things might get weird with the whole double coverage. So if that's the case, you might have to do this a little bit different, but I don't think it should be like that. So I think we're going to be fine. We're going to see. Next we have our max speed, which, yeah, I guess we have to have some kind of way of translating max speed to be, we have to do some math to kind of figure out, like, instead of an arbitrary angle, rotation angle or speed, we should, if you want to have it be the same distance you travel, then we have to get like the arc distance on the circle. We might have to do some trig stuff. Let's not be that crazy. We'll get into the weeds when we get there. For right now, we're just gonna keep it very arbitrary. So you have max speed, we have direction, and we have not that. In fact, not this at all. What we're actually gonna do is, because we already calculated our rotational speed, so we're going to do, yeah, rotation. And in fact, we're going from angular velocity to rotation. Yeah. Okay, this is making sense. And then finally we do the final composite here with angular velocity. And I believe that should just work. Now the issue is that we applied the time, delta time here. So we have to get rid of that here. And instead we're gonna be applying it here. The issue is I'm not sure how you can apply delta time to this, if I'm gonna be real with you. Unless I have to do it the backwards way, which is time dot delta time. And yeah, no, that's not gonna work either. Okay. So how is this gonna work? Am I gonna have to Google this? I feel like I'm probably gonna have to Google this. Oh no, actually, I don't think I have to do that because we applied time dot delta time here. So yeah. Or do, that's for the percentage lerp. Alright, we're gonna just do the simple thing of just getting this term out, and then if it doesn't work, we're just gonna Google this later. Let's just rotate or press play and then see how this works. Let me catch up in chat, guys. 1 second. Thank you guys for answering all those questions for me. Nah, never a winning record. I actually type very badly. I only seem like I'm typing fast because of emotions. Oh, brother. That is crazy. Okay, light sensitivity time, guys. Yeah, if you have light sensitivity, then now is not a good time to look. We're going to slow this bad boy down a little bit. So apparently, either I'm not applying that. I need to apply this delta time factor here, which that seems to be the case. Yeah, that seems like that needs to be the case. That seems like that needs to be the case. So we're gonna have to Google a little bit. Let's Google. Apply time delta time to quaternion. Yep, exactly what I'm looking for here. It's a common thing. That's a common enough thing. So what does this guy do? He's doing this transform rotation equals quaternion. He's doing a slurp between the transform rotation. So the current rotation and like the target XY rot times delta time. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're not using a rigid body right now, so yeah, okay, we're just gonna do that then. So we're just gonna do a quaternion slurp. Quaternion. And then we're gonna pass this value here. And then angular velocity. And then it's gonna be time dot delta time? Like, is that really what we do here? I guess. Well, no, because it's not just this angular velocity. It has to be this transform times this angular velocity. Local rotation. Yeah, like it has to be the product of these two. Now, multiplying quaternions is not commutative, so order does matter. I'm not sure if I have it backwards. If it's like this and then the transformation you want to do to it, or I think maybe it's the transformation you want to do to it and then the original value. We're going to find out right now how good or bad this works. So again, if photosensitivity, I'm not sure if I got this right or wrong, so I would look away until I say you're good to look back. Okay, I think you're good to look back now. This seems to be pretty good so far. And then again, I just need to add significantly more rotation speed. Like, I wonder if it's still using the, because it's a serialized property, so maybe even if I'm changing the value here, it's not changing. Yeah, rotation speed is still 15, that's an issue. Okay, so we change it to like 45, I think that should be, or 30, that should be, yeah, let's do 45. Because even 30, yeah, I think that should be fine now. Okay, and now we actually have decent control, rotational control. Cool. And now we're gonna be playing around with a bit more perspective and scale. I think I want to try doing the. I think I have vertex. I have like the PS1 vertex effect, I think, going on here, so I'm gonna have to get rid of that, which is why you're seeing like that vertex popping around a little bit or jerking around. Yeah, I need to do something with that. I need to get rid of that. Either way though, like we are here, dude. Yeah, let me get rid of that. That's like bothering me for real. So I think I have like the standard shader here, and let's go to the vertex shader. Yeah, PPL sprite fragment shader, and then here's the vert shader, and then we have the PS1 vertex snapping. No, we are not doing that. No vertex snapping today. And cool. So we're gonna take a little more gander. We're gonna do a little fancy thing. We're gonna open up. Do I have Blender on here? I do have Blender. We're gonna try making just a little. Oh, my bad. I'm not hearing when the camera thing goes off. A quaternion is a four-dimensional object used to indicate direction of rotation. You have X, Y, Z as your direction vector and your axis of rotation, and W is rotation value. Tie heavily with matrices, but a little bit different, because rotations represented by matrices have way more degrees of freedom than a quaternion offers. And it's not really like that explanation, because that explanation sounds, there's another way of representing rotation, which is like the vector direction and like magnitude represents like angle. And if you're doing like, and I guess for games they kind of simplify quaternions to being like that, but actual quaternions don't. They go beyond that, but I guess for our applications we don't really worry about that. But there's like a separate rotation where it's like I forgot the name of it. It's like a pin direction thing. I need to find the talk about that. But yeah, there's like, it's kind of weird. There's like different ways of representing rotation within games, and there's not necessarily one specific correct way. There's a common ways, but there's like they have different pros and cons depending on what you're trying to do with it. It's pretty cool. And I know like there's a guy, I forgot his, I keep always messing up. It's like 3 blue, 5 brown or something like that. I'm so sorry. I get it wrong every time, dude. I get it wrong every time. We had a really good video, and then in that video they had like a little JavaScript WebGL thing where you can play around with the different components of a quaternion and visually see how it works, and then like different representations from like 2D to 3D and try to build your intuition for it. I never played enough with it to really do that. I want to though. I really want to understand quaternions intuitively. I just haven't, and maybe I just can't. Maybe I'll just never be able to do that. But it's all right. As long as I get the game done, it's all gravy. You're about to see peak Blender. You're about to see peak Blender game deving, guys. You ready to see peak? This is some peak Blender deving. And we're gonna have I don't know, scaling. Like we're gonna have to have our tube here. This is gonna be our little city. Okay. That works good so far. Let's do apply all transformations. Yes, thank you. And then we're gonna go into edit mode. And then we're gonna do our ring modifier, and we're gonna just cut this bad boy in a couple different ways. And then, actually, I probably should decimate it because I think this is too thin for like. Do you really? Okay, I probably need to find someone who's much more expertise at Blender or get some help on this. Right now, we're just gonna do something basic just to get the idea across of what I have in mind, which is like a city type thing. It's gonna look like garbage, but it's okay. We're just gonna live with it. We're just gonna have to live with the fact that we're not a 3D modeler, and you know, we just have to bear with this. I'm just thinking like this is actually quite a lot. Like now that I look at it, I'm like, this is quite a lot of objects. There's got to be some Blender modifier somewhere nested within like 16 different nested within 16 different menus on how to like randomly extrude objects. If someone knows what to do, like just walk me through it like a baby, but for right now I just want to get a proof of concept of how this may look like. Like it's gonna look like a barren log, but it's okay. We're just gonna work with what we have here. We're just gonna work with what we have here. Oh, brother. Hey, Kieran, it's good to see you, man. Good to see you, dude. Wait, what? Some linear algebra, so if we're talking matrices, I can at least get that. 3 blue, 1 brown. Thank you, Kieran. Thank you. Goated. He's goated, dude. He's goated. Awesome, dude. Honestly, any, like, so much math I know is either because of him or, like, Freya. She has a really good video series on 3D maths for game dev. Really, really good videos on game dev math. There's also a good GDC talk about like just math for game devs. That one ties more into like a lot of different types of easing functions, but it's super cool. Thank you, Star-Lord. And then I saw this guy. Nah, man. Definitely not that great at coding either, man. I struggle at times. I feel like more like you know that quote from Bruce Lee where it's like, I don't fear the man who's practiced 1,000 punches once, but the man who practices one punch 10,000 times or something. I feel like that guy. Like there's actually not that much I know in programming. It's just I've done a handful of things a bunch of times over and over again. We're not going to do the whole thing. I'm just going to do like a little bit, and that's going to be enough for me to get a feel for if this is going to work or not. Maybe I should like commission something out. I don't know. All right, let's do FBX and put this into, let's see, where is our folder? We're going to go to home. We're going to go to, oh my goodness, can we please move this somewhere? Thank you. Okay, Cozy Cabin Games. No, actually, it's not that. It's in projects for some reason. I need to move this to somewhere better. Assets, and there's going to be, I guess, like levels. Like that's what we're going to work with right now. And we're just going to save this bad boy there. First, I need to like resize this a little bit. There we go. And yeah, selected objects. Yes, please. Okay, and then we can go to our game and then throw this debarked tree. Did it export? Did it actually export? I don't think it exported. I'm pretty sure I selected the thing, but cylinder, file, export, FBX. Yeah. Core, let's call it core or something. Don't do this to me. I'm not crazy. Oh, it just took a while to refresh. She's a little shy. All right, we're gonna put this guy right about here, rotated by 90. Position of 0. 90 is a bad number. I meant to do... Actually, no. 90-degree rotation should have done the trick. Is it Wait a second. Wrong object. I'm manipulating the wrong object. Whoopsie. Yeah, I meant to grab this guy here. There you go. Is it 10 o'clock? No, it's 8:56. Someone texting me right now? No, it's my mom. Showing me something on Facebook. I'll catch it in a bit. I'll look at it after stream. What's up, young Yamcha? You know, fun fact. I mean, I don't know. It's a fun fact, but a little trivia. I used to think Yamcha was the coolest dude when I was a kid. I was like, not because this is before Dragon Ball Z. Like during the original Dragon Ball, I was like, oh, this guy's cool. He's got the wolf fang fist. I want to do a wolf fang fist, and seemed so cool. And then they did the Mandarin, and then Z happened. Z happened, and you know, right? The obstacles in the soul. Yeah. So this is not gonna be. Ooh, what happened to the player's sprite? The player's not moving with it. I just want to see if we can get the illusion of this buildings. I think if we made it more. I think we've made this more. Okay, first of all, let's fix this, because that's not right. You're supposed to be here, buddy. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the buildings, I don't want them to be obstacles. We're gonna have specific different things that are specifically obstacles on this level. I just want to see if we can create at some level. I want to see if at some level the illusion of this being a little city underneath will work. Also, I'm gonna do this little thing to try to create the illusion of movement without having to do any CPU logic. So we're just gonna throw, where is it? I think it's in player maybe. Materials. We have this new material. I'm gonna call this scroll material. Throw this on here so it's gonna be subject to our lighting, and then its object space is aligned on the Y coordinates. So I'm gonna make scrolling happen on the Y. We're gonna go to this shader, scroll material. We're gonna do stuff in the vertex shader to make this scroll a little bit. So instead of doing the PS1 thing, we're gonna do something else. We're gonna do v.vertex equals v.vertex plus float 3, or is this a float 4? I believe it's a float 4 with a 1 value on the fourth component, yeah, on the W. And it's gonna be 0 here, 1 here, 0 here, and then we're gonna do time. No. Stop. Actually, we're gonna do underscore time dot y, and then this has to be 0, I believe. And if I do this right, it should look like. And then we have to make this like return back at some point after a certain length of time. So maybe like this time modded by, I don't know, 32 meters. A lazy way of just getting scrolling to happen. Oh, is it too far? Do I have to make it less than 32? Well, the cool thing about shaders is that we can just change the values. Come on. There we go. Okay. Better. Okay, maybe mod 1. So it only moves like a 1 meter at a time. I mean, it's an object space, but maybe not as fast either. 0.5 or something. I think I'm gonna have to do multiples to really get the seamless illusion happening. But the dream exists. The dream exists. The dream exists. We can make this happen. I think I just need to put them side by side. Okay, let's see how that looks. Almost. Almost. We're gonna get there. Actually, no, screw that. We're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep it going. Okay, for level design, I'm already can tell this is gonna be a bad idea to do it this way, but now I'm already kind of committed to the bid. Now I kind of feel a little committed to this. Wait a second. Where's my water? Hey, this looks continuous now. But now I can't tell, like, hey, if I'm rotating which way or... Okay, now we are. The player feels so slow, though. We have to change that. And it's moving too fast to actually have any proper gauge of speed, so we're gonna make this slower. Let me get some water. 1 second, guys. Okay, we're back. We're back. Okay, let me catch up in chat too. I've been a little too at this right now. All right. What's up, depth of personal efficiency? Hello, can you code my homework? No. Yeah, just talk about your homework. Do a little game thing. We're doing a little game project. Thank you, man. Yeah, I think if we're gonna make this feel like a little snapshot of a city, we're gonna have to yeah, if we get too far away, the illusion's gonna break. We have to stay like within a certain range. But hey, dude, not half bad. That ain't half bad. Let's add the cache shadows too while we're at it. That should be working right now. Let's add the cache shadows. Where's my lighting system? We're using a point light to achieve this effect, which is cool. This is cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. But I want to do something a little bit different. We're gonna add a little directional light while we're at it. Cozy directional, cozy sunlight. And this guy is gonna be, I don't know. Let's make it very solar. Let's make it like pale white. And intensity of like 10. Also, do I have PyCon running right now? I do have PyCon running. I'm not sure. How's my CPU looking? We're doing good. Look, I think we're looking pretty all right. So I think we'll keep PyCon running because it looks pretty. 10 enabled. Let's see, 10, 24. Compute. Oh yeah, this is not using an ortho projection, isn't it? Ortho projection. And then okay, so this is where the sun should be hitting. Is the sun facing this way though? Yeah, I think it's, yeah, it's facing that way for whatever reason. Did I just have it centered like wrong or what? Wait, when did this happen? When is the normal of the sun like facing the opposite direction of the z positive z? That's weird. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's something else. Do I have gizmos on? I have so many questions. No, I feel like it should be aligned to the positive z value. So if that's the case, then why is this being so odd? Yeah, it's too far away. We're not doing that. And size, we're gonna do like, maybe not 512. Let's do 128. Sounds more than enough for what we're doing in this game. Okay. And then lighting system, you're gonna be the sun. There we go, there's our sun. That's the sun. I'm gonna make the shadows a little bit darker. The sun is gonna be less bright. And then this guy, I'm just gonna get rid of you. Oh, not the whole lighting system. I just want to get rid of this dude right here. The spotlight. Okay, my computer's getting laggy. Okay. Goodbye, PyCom. And oh, I think also the fact that this is like white textures is kind of a issue too with lighting. It's gonna be very weird to kind of figure out, hey, what's being lit and what isn't being lit. And yeah, but at least we have our shadows being done here, which is cool. And I want to enable fog, but we don't have the post-processing component on our camera, so I guess it doesn't matter. So, you know, whatevs. We're gonna have to do that at some point, but it's all right. We're gonna save, and then we're gonna see how our lighting works here. The sun. Yes, Stoneflower, we need to drink some mizu. Yeah, the jank cash shadows. The ultra jank cash shadows. Love it. Super stupid. Yeah, we're gonna have cash shadows. It's gonna be a problem because the character is actually gonna be casting a shadow onto the background, and it's gonna just ruin the illusion of everything, which is not great. So we shouldn't have the player be doing stuff with it. But hey, we can at least have like the player be included as well. And I need to make that transition. You know what? Maybe I might just like use the basic Unity lighting components for this. I don't know. I mean, I have the option to do either way. Yeah, you can tell there's like something, there's another light source there that's lighting things differently. Cool though. Okay. This is good. This is good. Good news. Mark, this is good news. Okay. So now we should start thinking about how we're gonna have navigation happen. Because right now I'm moving the actual transform of the player, but if we keep this up, we're gonna actually have to like move the entire player like that. Now, going back to our Excali draw board, we're playing with the idea of potentially having the board be fixed. If I can find it. There we go. So if we do the fixed, or having the board move, I don't want the player to be the one actually moving. Or maybe I do. Depends on how long I want this to. I mean, let's think about this, right? Like, how much distance am I gonna have to like make specifically? I mean, it wouldn't be that crazy. You have to make a decision. I have to make a call here. Either the player's moving or the world's moving around the player. In which case, like, I have to revert. We have to change all these transformations we're doing to the player, and instead of have them be done to like a container for the entire environment, so that the environment is the one that's moving. Either way, I don't think it's that big of an issue. Like, if we're doing a game like Kerbal Space Program, where we're going to be going humongous large distances, where at a certain point, floating point values become, the error starts becoming very prevalent, then yes, that'll be an issue. But I mean, let's just do some calculation. Like, at what speed is the player going at right now? What's the maximum speed we can expect someone to go to? And then how much time do you want to aim for per track? And then that's going to dictate like the distance. And I think, spoiler alert, my intuition tells me that if we do the math, it's not going to be that much. It's not going to be like that crazy order of magnitude where floating point precision becomes a real issue. So, yeah, I think this will be fine either or. This can be fine either or. Right now we have max speed set to 5. Let's say like the player can go to the 30. And this is representing meters per second, right? So they're going 30 meters per second. Let's do some math. Let's see if my math is any good. Let's see if I can math today. Let's even go crazier. Let's say like the worst case scenario, like 50 or 100 meters per second. Like, you know, it's in game. We're gonna make the illusion that's actually you're traveling way more distance than that, but for our purposes, we're gonna say like maybe that's like the max. And then we're targeting, let's say like maybe 2 minutes of playtime for a level or something. So 2 minutes. So how do we get from here to here? 100 meters per 1 second. We're aiming for 2 minutes, so it's going to be 120 seconds. And then what? 120 times 100 divided by 1. So that's going to be 120 plus 2 zeros. All right, 12,000 meters. Crazy? Well, let's see. But it doesn't seem that crazy. Like, what's Earth's atmosphere? Troposphere. Let's go there. In meters. Let's take a look. Let's take a gander. Let's learn together, guys. I acknowledge So in meters, so yeah, the troposphere is like 10,000 kilometers. So yeah, 10,000 meters. So yeah, that's like well, let's go back here. Let's put into perspective what I was doing. So yeah, we're just above the troposphere, entering the stratosphere. Gosh, dude. Not that crazy. I don't think it's that crazy. Yeah, I think we should be fine. Let me catch up in chat, guys. My bad. Mark, this is good news. We can be bees. 2D or 3D? Both. Yeah, we're doing both. Yeah, we are indeed doing both. Yeah, sorry if I've been not as engaging with the chat today. I'm just trying to put this from paper into reality. I'm gonna take a little water break. I can answer some questions. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Good things to listen to. Glad to have you here. I read your name as Good Things Stolen, and I was like, oh, wow. Hopefully that's just a name and not an advertisement. Colomometers. Yeah, I don't know these, dude. I just measure things in bananas, alright? Anything that's not bananas or feet scares me. Scares me, really. Okay. So, decisions. Okay. We're gonna do the thing. We're gonna do the move. The player moves to that space, and let's just see how this looks like. Actually, like I'm kind of curious. What does 100 meters per second look like? Actually, like let's put this into perspective. Let's get rid of the whole faking movement with the shader business, because that's lame. Let's get rid of that. And instead, we're gonna have max speed we're going from 5 meters per second to like 100. So I think that's gonna be kind of ridiculous. But let's go to our shader. We're gonna get rid of the scrolling meshes and actually just show for real movement, actual movement, not fake movement. And yeah, we're just gonna go here and go to the player, go to top speed of like 100,000, or no, 100. The worst case scenario, like someone max out their game and they're just going crazy. Which even then, I don't think the game is like racing games, especially like more realistically oriented games. They want you to go fast, but there's actually limitations. Like you gotta stop yourself at times, because it's like, all right, you can either keep trying to chase that dragon, or you can crash at 60 miles per hour into the guardrail. What do you want to do? So there's like games where they kind of force you to slow down. Like I was showing my nieces how to do rally racing, like on this game. I forgot what it's called. I don't know the name. It's like something rally racing. Either way, and they're like just gassing it the entire time and crashing. They're like, why am I hitting the wall? And I'm like, you gotta get the brakes when you get to corners. Sorry, you gotta brake a little bit. Going fast ain't about going fast all the time. So maybe that'll be the case here. Oh, dude, we just surpassed this. Oh, wait, nope. You can go so fast, but you can't, like, even slowing down. Like, if there's any obstacle, you're just, especially if you have no rotational movement. If you have no rotational movement, that's just rough. So I also want to experiment with something else too. The camera rotation speed needs to be way higher. It has to be like 120 degrees if we're gonna be going that crazy, or at least like 90 degrees or something, like 90 degrees per second. Oh brother, no! Get this movement speed out of here. 120, maybe 200. Is that per second, really? Like, I feel like I'm doing some math wrong at some level. Also, I realize I have this backwards. Okay. Let's just keep on going. 600. I'm gonna have to check my math. This doesn't feel right. Or maybe acceleration is applying unevenly to, like that feels somewhat half decent. Also, the directions are backwards, which is no bueno, because you are confusing me. Yeah, I'm 100% doing something wrong here. Yeah, we're doing Unity. Meters per second is crazy fast. How many man hours do you think it would take for one person to make a game like Arc Raiders? I have not played Arc Raiders. People have brought it up. And yeah, I have not played it, so I cannot even assess that. But even then, like, I could not assess man hours for that. I'm imagining it's like a AAA thing, right? There's too many unknowns for me to make any kind of man hour estimate. And even then, I'm bad at making man hour estimates for things I do know. Why is this not playing? Game. Or are you not playing? Okay. This feels so weak. What is this rotation? Okay, my math is wrong somewhere here. What is going on here? We do angular velocity. Can I just do lerp? Lerp has like lerp is kind of close to quaternion S lerp, but it has a certain amount of error to it. But it's like close enough at like the 0 and 5%, and then there's like minor errors that happen in between those. 0, 150%. Maybe you do that when there's more performance considerations, but it's like, it's not that crazy. So we're lerping between angular velocity and rotation. Okay. What is rotation? It's the y component times rotation speed. My component's either negative or positive value. We do the velocity and then we do the rotation. I feel like I'm not crazy. Also, did people join the Discord? Hey, Hide on Cat. Nice to see you. Welcome to the Discord. Hope you enjoy your stay here. And hey, I'm Morgan. What's up, Artwork Studios? Actually, I have a book I'm saving up for. Really? What book? That many developers use, or is there multiple? I mean, it depends. It really depends on the domain of knowledge you're tackling. I mean, there's the general categories of like an IDE, a compiler. I mean, you're either gonna have an IDE and a compiler. If you're doing games, you're gonna have an engine. If you're doing web dev, you're gonna have some kind of JavaScript runtime probably. Yeah, I mean, that's like the general gist. And then like debuggers as well. If you have an IDE, it's probably built in. If you're using a specific compiler or something, then you can have a specific debugger meant for that. Like if I'm doing C stuff, I use GDB to go step by step through it and understand where things are having where the segmentation faults are happening. Okay, this seems like I'm not crazy. I don't feel like I'm crazy, so I guess we just have to just keep pumping the number up until it feels right. Or just have a different acceleration speed for rotation that just has to map correctly. Either way, we're adding some kind of term into this. So there's some weird squirrely term that's being introduced to make rotation feel proportional to the horizontal. But I think it's fine, because even then, 10,000. Let's just go crazy. Let's just go insane. Angular velocity to rotation value. There's something so wrong here. This is not okay. So it's not this. It cannot be this. It cannot. I refuse to believe this value is not speeding up the rotation speed. So either I'm using the wrong term somewhere, like something is critically going wrong. Acceleration. This is the p-value, and how we're lerping from the current angular velocity to the target. Yeah. We have a direction here. We have the rotation here. It's the y component times rotation speed, which is fine. And like that ludicrous amount of speed doesn't even matter at a certain point, because like it's like double winding. So you're kind of, if you go fast enough, you end up at the same place. Local rotation, slurp, local rotation. We're going to the local rotation and then to the local rotation plus this angular velocity, which is applied. This was backward. I wonder if I have these terms backwards. Because I mentioned at the very beginning, like, rotation is not commutative, meaning that order does matter. And if I go back here and let it run and do the thing. What's up, Prionsa? It's good to see you, man. But yeah, my CD player's about to die. Let me turn it off real quick. Are just easy to use. They're very easy to use. JetBrains is great, man. It's fantastic. Good stuff. Sometimes I use like for C stuff, I like going very simple, but what? I feel like I'm going crazy. Let's do 12. Let's go really stupid slow. Let's see if this is affecting anything right now. Okay, so it is affecting things. How many zeros must I do until you acknowledge me? Is this in degrees or radians? Now that I think about it, I haven't really considered that, did I? If it's Euler, it should be angles though, right? Returns a rotation that rotates x degrees around x-axis and x. Yeah, it says degrees, not radians. Okay, so we're good there. We're good there. That's rotation speed, yeah. So the y component indicates direction. This indicates the magnitude of the rotation. Yes. Yes. We're trying to combine acceleration for both terms. We're not calculating this because we already have this here, which is fine. That's good. And then we do our position offset here. We plus velocity times the delta time, yes. And then we don't do this. We set the value of local rotation to this between, like, that's the only thing that changes is how we handle, because you can't apply delta time directly to the quaternion, which is kind of annoying. So instead we do this S lerp. Let me just do a simple lerp. Just say screw it. Just do a simple lerp. And then, oh, 1 second. We're not, this is just delta time. Yeah, and it's supposed to only just be delta time. Okay. A lot of questions to be had. Maybe we just let this bear slide because there's other things I want to grill. Or other fish to grill. The only thing is that the directions is flipped now. And this is a 90 degree or 30 degree. And it's weird that it's consistently like sluggish. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, so we set it to 360 now, and it's 0 movement. So it's like the same as a 0 rotation. So we have to do something. Okay. So, brother. All right, I'm gonna have to do some reading on this, cause I'm not getting something right. I am clearly not getting something right. Let's do 270. Yeah, cause that feels very abysmal. That speed. That's just not right. Man, I think it's the issue here. Like, the issue is here. Somewhere, how I'm doing the interpolation here is just not working. It's not working. So I'm gonna have to just go through the Google Hive. The forum scrolling, and figure out why rotation is not behaving the way I want to, and how to actually properly apply delta time to a rotation. Because I feel so convicted. I feel so convinced I am right. That's the thing. I feel so convinced that I am correct. And that's like the worst kind of incorrect, is when you can't see how you're not right. So, okay, going back to our first Excali draw. Oh yeah, so I want to change the presentation as well and experiment with this, because the side profile thing, I'm not super concerned, or honestly, it doesn't seem that bad here, but I still want to explore a different perspective and angle, so we're going to do that real quick before we commit to this placement for the character. So I think what we're going to do is actually move the character. Where's the sprite? Yeah, we're in the wrong side. We're going to move the sprite to be tilted like this, facing the camera. And we're going to have the camera be more oriented upwards more, and yeah, like looking further down, more like this. Where's the small preview for the camera? It usually happens. Like it pops up here a little bit somewhere. I'm not sure why the preview is not popping up. Nope. No, that's for the scene camera. I'll suddenly catch up in chat, guys. My bad. Can you pre-order it? No, but hopefully you don't have to wait that long for it, man. I'm glad you dig. I'm glad it feels cozy for you, Toxophilite. And mine's yes. A time zone? I'm not sure if it's a time zone. Delta time is a concept to make changes in position or rotations or any kind of changes that happen in your game feel very consistent, even if frame rates are not consistent. Also, rotation is very... Where is the preview cam? It used to appear here. What happened? There's no way just because you're small. Oh, I had it disabled. Why is it like stopping anytime I interact with a game object? I want that more. Okay, let's see how this looks. Nah, I don't use ChatGPT, dog. We don't do ChatGPT here. Let's use... Okay, I have the rotation swapped around because I was testing that out. And that's probably why the value was rotated before. Okay. Let's try it again. I kind of like this presentation, this orientation. I think it's enough to give you insight into like where the blind spots are. Come on, don't do this to me. You're playing, but you're not playing. You're a zombie. Thank you, talentless. That's such a bad. You're not talentless. Okay. So we have now the character is positioned on top as opposed to like right in front here. I'm still having that concern about visibility. But honestly, with how this is positioned, you kind of have, because you're gonna be able to see things from over here, from over the side. So you can kind of gauge where, if you're gonna hit something or not. And I can't get it. The crazy the 100 meters per second thing is crazy. Okay, so let's start actually modeling out some of the basic properties we need to have our player have. And we can think about if we're gonna have it be a part of struct or something, I don't know. Just general properties that need to happen. So we talked about our engine thing. We have talked about the brake thing, which is a whole different set of properties you have to work with. The brake thing I feel less confident about because it's going to be kind of very weird. That like every time you're not holding out inputs, you're actively maybe you can have it where if you go backwards against your momentum, that actually costs you to use your brake. Because that's when you're actually fighting directly against momentum. Whereas if you let go, it's just going to kind of idle but not actually stop. So we're gonna do a playtest sometime this week. That I keep saying that, but for this I actually want to. I want to get some feedback ASAP, even if there's no pretty assets or if it doesn't look good. I just want to see how the gameplay feels for people. I'm probably gonna do WebGL just so we can test both PC and like, because you can play it on mobile as well, so it should work there as well. And you know what? We're gonna do something here. Whatever. Public float break speed. And we're gonna have to have different behaviors based off of whether or not you're braking and going against your momentum, so you have to detect that. And there's gonna be a general like brake fade. And maybe have it be like a normalized value where like 1 it's full effectiveness, and then 0 is like, all right, you've gassed it, so now you're just kind of subject to whatever happens. And then we talked about the whole chip system as well, so we're gonna think about how we're gonna start integrating this whole chip system. All this like, you just time, brother. It just takes time, man. Time in the saddle. But you get it. You start building up this intuition little by little. Like you start solving the same problem over and over again. How to implement, like, let's say movement for a character, and you start figuring out different ways of designing and architecting it, different ways of structuring it, how you handle input and making it translate to changes in characters, and having sprites synchronize with it. The more you do it, and the more you, not chiptune, chip system, the more you do that, the better you get at it, man. Now, these are likely going to be either values injected into the player or values the player gets on runtime from like maybe a separate module or something. That's what I'm thinking. I'm probably going to break these out into like, I'm probably going to have like a current motor module or current like bike module that's going to have all these different properties set there, and then we can have the different lookups for depending on what engine you're using and what kind of profile you're going to be running. I also kind of want to start prototyping the curve that we talked about, like that whole idea of like, hey, maybe your curve you have different acceleration patterns, because I know we just have a fixed acceleration, but what if we use, like, for example, an animation curve, which is a class in Unity, and acceleration, change this to be this instead. And what you're going to see is that within Unity, acceleration profile, let's say that, you're going to see this curve pop up in the inspector, and we can take float, say acceleration equals, and then we have acceleration profile, and then is there like an evaluate function? Yeah, evaluate. And we can evaluate our current velocity dot magnitude, divide that by our max speed, and that's going to be the current acceleration we use for this frame. So down here, why are you mad at me? What did I do here? How did I upset you? I don't try to upset. Transform local rotation has 3 parameters, but is invoked with 2 arguments. Why is there only 2 arguments? There's argument 1, argument 2, argument 3. So what is the problem here, dog? Why are you mad at me here? Acceleration is a floating point value. Yes, that is correct. And we use that derived value for this. That's weird. And I don't think I deleted this. So, and it's saying I only have 3 values here, but I actually have 2 parameters, like comma there, and then we don't need a comma because that's the last parameter for this function. Let's see if it compiles. And no, it's not going to compile. So this is not an imaginary problem. This is a very real problem. The compiler is telling me expected semicolon. But that makes no sense in this context. Oh, because I got rid of the multiplication. There we go. Okay. So now if we go into Unity, it's a cool thing, the animation curve. Now we can start setting like, hey, this is how fast you're going to accelerate. So for example, with the player at, if we go here, you're going to see that now this variable is like gone. If we click on it, we have this graph here, and it goes from 0 to 1, and we can kind of plot values as we desire to. We can start with a basic one like this, and then we can start to modifying and adding new keys to it so that this curve behaves differently. So maybe like in the very beginning, we start off with a very fast acceleration, but then it evens out, and then it takes a while to get to top speed. Or maybe you can have like a slow burn thing where like, hey, it takes a while. It's going to take a while to get to this top speed. But then as you get closer to it, it's going to start accelerating faster and faster and faster. So like we can use this, and then we have to make sure that this at least starts not at 0, but it actually has like a value at like, I don't know, starts like some kind of value here so that it can actually accelerate a little bit and not be stuck at 0 because you're multiplying 0 times some kind of component and whatever. Anyways, so now we're starting to speed up, and it's that slow burn, but then it starts going places. All right, I'm going backwards now. Let me see if I can go back. Oh, and slowing down is gonna be affected by that too. So now I'm trying to speed up the opposite direction. So you see how it is. I'm holding this direction, but it's taking a while just to change the acceleration. And now you're starting to see it speed back up, slowly, slowly, slowly. But now we can change that acceleration curve profile, make it be super fast initially, but then like dip down a little bit, like so. So yeah, make this be fast, but then it gets into like a little gully, and then have it build back up. So we can have like engines with different acceleration profiles, which might be cool. It might be, you know, useful for certain types of places. And now we got fast, and then now it's, I mean, you can't see it. We should probably print out the current velocity of the character, but you can see it, how the profile changes speed. So I think that's what we're gonna be doing. I think that's the, yeah, that's like that's how we're gonna do things. Is this normalized speed profile acceleration? So maybe certain engines are gonna have a certain profile for how they handle acceleration, and then we can kind of change, you know, other factors like the max speed and all that fun business. The thing about this is going to be handling braking. So I guess if we have like an input that's opposite or counter to the current velocity, we have to use our braking values instead of the acceleration thing. So we can check to see like we have our direction. And then we can check to see like if we can use a dot product for this. If you remember that stream where I showed you how to write your own shed lighting model for Unity, you remember how we use dot products? Like it was like the most handiest thing ever. So we're gonna do a vector3 dot product as well against the current direction we're going in on the X component at least. And honestly, like even velocity, we should even do this after we calculate velocity here. Like we should have like old velocity equals current velocity. Cache that there, calculate the new velocity, and then we can check to see if the old velocity, or actually no, we should be using the input, because the input is the direction the player wants to go in. So yeah, if velocity is counter to the direction we want to go in, and you'll know that if the dot product of those things are less than, let's say less than 0. So if you remember, if two vectors are going the same direction, they're going to be a value of 1. If they're going opposite each other, they're going to be -1. And then if they're kind of, perpendicular to each other, it's going to be a value of 0 if they're normalized. So if it's 0, it means less than 0, then you're probably going somewhere around here. That's when we start engaging the brakes. And in fact, this is going to be our determinant for how much we do, how much we engage the brakes. So we can have our custom brake value, let's say. So we calculate this once, and then we're going to go in here. We're going to do brake value is less than 0, and if it's less than 0, we engage braking, and we're going to do things very differently. That's when we start decrement the brake HP, so that brake fading thing, and it becomes less and less effective, which means we're gonna have we have our brake speed, and then we actually have our current brake speed, because it's going to be less than that the more we do that. So current brake speed. So we can do current brake speed minus equals, and then we can use the dot, the brake value. And if it's negative less than 0, it's gonna be a negative value anyways. So the more away you are, the more you have to engage a brake. If it's more perpendicular, it's not as crazy, as big of as a decrement. So we're gonna actually make this a positive because this value is negative. We're adding a negative value to this, so it's gonna be essentially a decrement. And actually, we're gonna do this to the HP. And then we're going to use the HP to derive how effective this current brake speed is. So HP brake fade 0, 1. And this is a normal value, so you might have to change its effectiveness. So we have to have another value for this. Okay, this is cool. We're starting to understand the value of this. So we have current brake speed. Let's say max brake speed, and then I don't want this formally as because we're not using it anywhere. And then there's this float brake effectiveness. And we're going to use that to determine how much do we decrement from this. So again, it's going to be a 0 to 1 value, and it's going to make this smaller, and then we're going to say brake speed. Current brake speed is going to be equal to max target, or I don't know, max brake speed times brake fade. Very simple, but I think this should be pretty effective if we do things right. What's going on? What's up, Juan Carlos Darce? I don't think so. If it really gives you, I don't think so. If it's really you, give a thumbs up. Hi, hello. If you're talking to me, at least. What's going on, guys? Is this Windows XP? Nah, we're using i3 Windows, or i3 Ubuntu. So you don't have the Ubuntu thing, but I forgot what's the command to. I forgot what's the command to do Ubuntu. It's not Ubuntu. How do you get the version for Ubuntu? Yeah, I forgot what the command is. LSB release A. Okay. underscore release a. There you go. Ubuntu 24.04.3 LTS. Uname A, does that work? Hey, that works too. And then version. Maybe just 1 dash. Okay, maybe not that one. Hello, what's up, Mr. Hody? No, it's not Windows 93, dude. It's not Windows 93. That was a great video about how a guy ported a bunch of, he ported .NET to Windows 95, and that essentially means a bunch of other apps got ported by extension. I haven't even created the repo for this, too. I should probably do that, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should probably do that. I also need to use the bathroom, so we're gonna take a little bathroom break, guys. Be right back, because we take our health serious. We take our health serious. And yeah, trying to stay hydrated as well, so we're gonna get some water, which is a reminder for you guys to make sure, hey, maybe bend your knees a little bit. Don't want to get any blood clots. Use the bathroom, get some water. Hydration's key and important, and so a little bathroom break, guys, and we're gonna get back to this. I'm gonna put on some music in the background as well, so you're not completely alone. There's something here. I'm gonna play it. Play it. Oh wait, I have to turn the radio on, don't I? Here we go. Is it playing? There you guys go. All right, be right back. 1 sec. All right, we're back. Hope you enjoyed your little water break as much as I have. Also, I'm realizing now that I feel like we need to actually have something more going on here. Like we have to have the player like hovering up and down, like some kind of sinusoidal thing. I'm not gonna lie, this is bothering me. This rotation thing is killing me, dog. The command, let's see here. It's probably like tools or something, or IDs or something. I have more than that. I think that's the one though, IDE. Dun, 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 dun. Any published game available for Cozy Cabin Games. Not under Cozy Cabin Games. There's previous games I've made, but this is going to be hopefully the first one. I want to get something done, like something small done before going back to work on bigger projects. So this is hopefully the smaller project. That is the goal here, at least. Beautiful. And I'm already thinking of some architectural stuff we're going to do here for managing state, but let's just zero in on just getting the actual playing field good at like the most maxed out possible state. And then we're going to start architecting, like making scriptable objects for different engines and different breaks and all this stuff that you can unlock and then change and swap out of. It's gonna be relatively simple though. ID's bugged out. Didn't happen. Dang. Is it like capitalized? Is it like capital IDE? That'd be really dumb if that's the case. IDE. Or maybe capital IDE. I don't think it should be case sensitive, but who knows. I also have to add new stuff to Nightbot. I've been slacking. I'm sorry, guys. Especially Morgan and Terrell. I know I need to make... There's so many things I need to do, man. We'll do it eventually. I'll get to it. Just to make modding a little bit easier. We'll get to it. New Nightbot helper functionality is in the works. Yeah, I need to do the AI one too. Oh, man. Someone else? No, I'm talking about the mods. IDs is Rider though, and then I use Vim for like C stuff and whatnot. For C, I just do Vim and GDB and GCC, and it's just called a day. It's great. It's a great time to be alive, using good old-fashioned GCC and Vim. Also, I got some airheads, so we're just gonna indulge a little bit today. We're just gonna do a little indulging. Just a little something sweet and sour to make the game dev go out down nice. So we detect this breaking. And then I wish like C#, I mean, I know why they don't do it, but it'll be so cool to have macros or defines in C# so I can do things. Or you know what? Actually, it's even simpler. Go-tos. Just use some simple go-tos. Just really mess with people. Actually, not even mess with you. There's sometimes where I just want to do it, man. What's cooking good looking? Not much sweet stuff. Just making a little day 2 of making a new game. And so far we have the basics. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you know what? I just experienced something very weird with the rotation. So you know what? I think for We're not going to be using angular rotation at all. I think we're going to manually enforce like a Euler angle single winding rotation. I think that's what we're going to do, man. Good luck. Thank you, man. You're going to try to get something done, dude. So, yeah, I think the key here is not using a quaternion for rotation. Because it's only 1 degree you're changing, right? I think what I want to do instead would be producing the final, like manually managing the rotation and like just setting it. So like this would be like float angular rotation. That's how this is going to look like. And then what this is going to look like is going to look exactly like velocity, where it's just going to be even simpler because there's just one thing. It's going to be math f lerp. Now the weird thing is lerping between potentially negative values. But this is gonna be, this is just directional, and it's not gonna get to that point. It's always gonna be anchored within a relative position, positive or negative, like something. So this should be actually fine. Rotation is no longer gonna be this, but rather we can actually evaluate this within here, which is fine. And then sine OP, that's what I'm doing. Like I have a sine input value for the input, and then some value we're gonna be adding to it, and then at the very end we're gonna do the actual Euler angle setting, because actually using quaternions to do this is just not panning out the way I want it to. And I'll make doing things like delta time application a bit easier. And also change this because this is wrong. I don't have to do. I'm in Writer. I don't have to do this. Yeah, I could have done the simpler thing. Whatever, it's fine. Yeah, and then local. This would be actually the final product here would be. Yeah, and it'd not be this. It would be. We'd have to set have a reference to the absolute angle as well. Because if we get it, because we want assignments to the quaternion to be one way. If we're reading values from it, then we're gonna have that weird winding issue. So we have to actually maintain our own float for the current angle. And assign it to there before we do any of this before translating directly to here. Then we can bypass, because honestly that's like technically like infinite winding, but in reality it's like going to be limited by floating point precision. So, and I guess it's going to be bad if someone rotates like crazy, but you have to rotate so much for that to accumulate to a point where floating point precision becomes an actual issue. So I think that is actually fine. This is actually just gravy, baby. And then acceleration profile. What happened to my acceleration profile? You were here and you're perfect and beautiful. Oh, bad naming. Which game? Yep, this is the game we're working on. How to learn graphics and shader programming without any abstractions. I mean, that's the cool thing. Like, the cool thing about shaders is that there's actually not that. Like, there's abstractions, but there's not. Okay, first of all, like, what does it mean, abstractions, right? Like, what is your definition of abstractions? But we're talking about learning shaders. The nice thing is that shaders are all within like very simple, straightforward functions once you understand what they're, the lingua franca of what they're doing. And if you're familiar with like C or C++, it's actually weirdly kind of similar syntactically to that, and even the way they kind of compile things together into like units. But yeah, like a lot of times what you're going to be doing, especially if you're learning, is you're going to be just doing stuff within the vert shader function and the fragment shader function. Really simple stuff there. You're going to be taking some input app data that's going to have things you want. You're going to be outputting a struct called v2f that's going to contain data. And then finally, your fragment shader is going to take in that v2f function struct that you define, and it's going to output the color on the screen. I think a simple thing for you to look at would be the DirectX shading rendering pipeline, just to get an understanding of what's happening at each stage. I mean, and there's like a lot of videos you can find online. Heck, even this channel, I did a whole stream where we just went from a blank, empty Unity project and then implementing our own lighting model within Unity. Not using like Unity's components for lighting, just using our own shader, surface model, and that. So I need to find it, but yeah, it's there somewhere. If you're generally curious, I can dig through and post it in the Discord. Rust is not for me. I use it for a good amount of time. It's not for me. I don't like it. But yeah, if there's an engine you have in mind, try it out in those engines. Like, it's pretty simple. Like, Unreal has the material graphs, which actually do cool stuff with that. I prefer writing code because node graphs get really messy very quickly. But Unity has its HLSL. Godot has its own shader language. What would you do? Skip scratch and force myself to start with C++ instead of an IDE language. I started with C++, and I learned the basic stuff there, but I couldn't do what I wanted to do because I didn't know what the concept of even a graphic API or a library was just so beyond my grasp. But even that little stint with C++, I think has been very helpful for me because it forced me to learn basic concepts like data types and signatures and stuff like that, which is kind of crazy, but like, you know, if you go into dynamic scripting language land, you're not going to have that. Anyways, but yeah, it's a whole thing. Current angle and then angular velocity. These are like rigid body variables, kind of. And then we define our velocity here. We're going to be defining our angular velocity here as angular velocity times y component times rotation speed, and then acceleration times delta time. Then we have our transform local position down. Okay. And then we're going to assign our current angle equals, and it's essentially going to be what we're doing here, which is angular velocity times time dot delta time. And then, only then, once we have our current angle applied, do we actually bother to create this Euler angle, which is going to be simply 0. Actually, no, we're rotating on the x-axis, so it would be current angle 0, 0. And I think this should hopefully work better. And I'm going to start planning as if it's going to work better. So I'm going to actually change our acceleration value to be something somewhat more reasonable. Like, I think 30 should be reasonable now and not abysmally slow. I'm hoping. Oh my goodness, it's not moving at all. Oh, joyous day. Okay, are we not we never aggregate the value, that's why. So we do, because we only assign angular velocity. Yeah, we only do that. We have to actually make it plus. Do we actually? No, we don't make it plus. Here we do plus equals, yeah, we have to aggregate the angle. Okay. Simple mistake, that's okay. Why not other languages? Because you have to, when you learn a statically, especially like low-level language, there's a lot of fundamental things you're gonna have to learn. Oh my goodness, guys, it's working! It's working how we have it defined. Oh my goodness, joyous day. And then I can change the rotation to be the correct way again. But yeah, there's like, and I say this a bunch, and I'm sorry for the regulars who are here. I feel like I keep going in the same spiel. But I think when you use a simple, like a low-level language like C or C++, it forces you to learn some fundamental things that your computer does or any programming language is doing for you, whether you're aware of it or not. Like allocating memory. That's a conscious choice you're going to have to learn how to make and when you use a low-level language. And there's actual specific pros and cons to that. Yeah, and then you have to learn like the basic stuff. Like, hey, there's an idea of types. Now, there's other languages like C# and Java that have types, but I don't know. There's something. Either way, learning about like using a statically typed language in general is just gonna be helpful because it's just gonna force your brain to think about things a little bit differently, and it's gonna make you think about things in a more static way, like, and not structures are not gonna be malleable. Right? And it also makes life easier because it eliminates a whole class of bugs that you can encounter. Oh my goodness, we can actually have fast rotation, guys. Isn't that crazy? I actually kind of like this perspective. I think I might make it a little bit higher, but I think this is good. Let me try knitting this project. I think I had it here somewhere. Maybe, nope. Yeah, let's do, it's not a dumb name, but Berg, repo, create, private. Let's see if Berg behaves the way I think of it. Is required for private visibility, but none was supplied. I did do that. Do I have to do it after private? Oh, do I make a name here? That's the name. What do I want to call this? A galactic rally, like. Because Fight and Flight is cool, but I'm not sure if I want to use that name again. There's Galactic Rally, there's Flight Rally, or Jet Rally. I'm not even sure if I'm spelling rally correctly. I think that's how you spell it, rally. What's going on here? Or did I have it backwards? Invalid value, jet rally. Oh, is it just private? All right, we're gonna have to look at. We have to do help. Berg, repo, create, and then help. Whatever, we'll deal with this later. I can do this off stream. Either way, we have everything working. Sweet. I really want to commit this. Because I feel like, I don't know why I feel so nervous, but I feel nervous. Okay. Is it not? Okay, here we go. Berg, repo, create options. Default branch. Org has name. Private visibility. Okay. Oh. So repo create and then we have to do name before jet rally. And then To have to type private twice? Okay, I guess that's kind of that's kind of right user. Oh, I'll configure that later then. Oh well. And then you know what? Well, we can at least put on GitHub for now. So I'm pretty sure that should be configured already. Perfect. Git remote set, or yeah, set. And then we do what? Is it github.com/username /flight rally.git git remote, or I guess add. Okay. Also, we have to get the. It's okay. I don't. Contain contents. I'm not using a submodule. We'll figure this out later. All right, what's going on, guys? Quote hit hards. What hit hard? What's up, Melon? What's going on, guys? Wow, I just turned into some crazy visuals. Thank you, man. All right, we'll deal with this later. We're going to be moving fast and breaking things, right? So we have our kind of control parameter set here, which is working lovely, I may add. I want to add our parameters for doing breaking so that, like, when you're inputting a direction that's opposite to where you're going, it's just going to go and activate this break and start removing stuff from here. And I think this is going to be a part where it starts becoming valuable to start adding hookups to UI just for debugging purposes, so we can see what exactly is going on as far as data is concerned. I guess we can always inspect here. In fact, you know what? Maybe that might be simpler than trying to implement some debug UI right now. I don't know. We don't use Unity version control here. Get out of here. Yeah, so let's say, what's our max breaking speed? Let me remember how we're applying this. So, current break speed is going to be modified. So we have our break fade value, it's 0 to 1, plus break value, which is a negative value. Keep in mind, this is negative, times break effectiveness. So the more effective our break is, the smaller to multiply this. So actually, and there's some base level like effectiveness to how good our breaks are. I'm gonna rename this because it's kind of like or I guess we can keep it and just do the correct term. Like, the more effective it is, the smaller it's gonna be, the value is gonna be. So it'll be like 1 divided by this, let's say. So if it's like a 1, this is just gonna destroy it. If it's 100 though, all right, this value is gonna be much smaller as a result, and now we're not gonna have that much break fade be experienced here. And in fact, we should make sure we set this break fade always to 1. That's essentially our HP when we start a run. And then what happens here? We have our current speed. So okay, we decrement from this break fade value. We set our current break speed is equal to max break speed times our break speed coefficient. So the bigger the value, the better. Cool, that makes sense to me. And then from there, we're gonna start doing our override, where now our velocity, we're gonna calculate we have a direction here, and we have our target velocity
here. So we can actually calculate that too and cache that value. So we can instead have like a vector 3 target velocity be equal to this value. And then we can even use, like, this should be normalized. Frankly speaking, like, this should all be normalized. But anyways, and now we have our target velocity. And now what we're gonna do is do our velocity is equal to what? We're gonna do a vector 3 lerp, I'm guessing. Velocity equals vector 3 lerp, where current brake speed this should be the term, the p-value. So we're going from velocity to our target velocity, but instead of using our acceleration to modify that, we're instead going to be using this brake thing to determine it. However, this is going to be dependent upon this being normalized. So max brake speed, I say it's like 1, and this is 1. It's at max health right now for whatever reason. So if it's max health, we're just going to go to our target velocity immediately. Honestly, this term is kind of redundant, if I'm going to be honest with you, because we already have this brake fade that starts at 0, 1, and then we have this brake effectiveness. So this max brake speed is kind of just not important, because this is really the most important term, and that's just kind of muddying the waters for me. So instead, we're going to be using, In fact, like, we can even get rid of this term, because now we're just using brake fade as the indicator for this. And then the more we use, the lower it's going to get. Cool. Brake fade is set to that. A brake effectiveness should be a value between, like, I don't know, 1 to... Let's set it like should be, the minimum is 1, that's for sure. And the maximum should be, I mean, I guess, like, if you want to be even, like, super not great, you can be at, like, 0.5 or 0.1, but I think for our purposes, it can be just a 1, and it just effectively does nothing. And a max is, like, I don't know, 500 or 1,000. And let's go back here. And now that we have this set, and our brake fade value is going to be starting at 1. I'm sorry, what? What? Where did you go? Where do all my friends go? They're all private. Okay, we don't need these values though. But why are you guys gone? That's not right. Why is this just incorrect? Unity, don't con me. I know I'm right. I know for a fact I'm right. There we go. Okay. So let's make it like 100. We're gonna have, and let's make this not go full screen when we press play, so we can actually see the values change. So play maximize, play focused. Okay. And let's just see how our values actually work now. So ideally, every time I'm pressing in the opposite direction, we should see brake fade die a little bit. So max speed, okay, cool. So let's see if this does the thing we want it to. So we start going fast. So the brake, you see how it's like immediately, I can just change directions at a whim, but you see the brake fade starting to like add up. And if I keep doing that, I'm not changing directions as fast anymore. See, like same amount, but smaller distance as the fade of the brakes wear out over time. I need to factor in angular momentum as well. Okay, now we're negatives. So we need to actually have this be clamped, but heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah, man. We got our brake fade already working just perfectly. Perfectly. And this should be just like a private value. I mean, whatever. We're going to be overriding it on start anyways, because it shouldn't be beyond that. Setting it to 1 on start, and then every time you do a modification to brake fade, we should also clamp it to make sure it's 0, within 0 or 1. So here, and then, yeah, we should do the same thing here, but also with this angular velocity term, so that this applies to velocity as well, rotation. Oh, that's beautiful. That is what I am talking about. And now instead of this, we're going to be just doing brake fade. Perfect. So now rotation should also factor into this as well. And honestly, this dot product needs to be changed, because now this target velocity is not the same target velocity we have in mind, because we have to also factor in this angular velocity. Direction only accounts for the x component. We need to have like a vector 2 for just input in general. So we should have like this guy here. You're going to be X component, you're going to be Y component. Because this is a directional check regardless anyways. So instead of doing direction, we could just do input. We can simplify this way more, but I think this is going to be good for right now. Let me catch up in chat too while we're at it. Why doesn't he use Godot? Use Godot, and I'm loving it. I don't like Godot. I'm not gonna knock it. Like I think it's great for other people, but for me personally, it's just I don't like the way it's structured and architected. It doesn't work for me, and it's all good. It's all gravy. It's definitely a good thing. And it's gonna get better and better and better, but there's some fundamental things about how Godot works and how you operate with it that just does not align with me. So the day I move from Unity, it would likely be to my own engine at some point. Okay, let's see if it does a thing. Oh. Brake fade is not applying to the Y inputs. That's not good. What's up? That's a long name. Ramile Guan Son JC Livin. What's going on, man? Yeah, not to say that I like Unity though, or at least the tool is great. It's just the company is just terrible. I'm not a Unity company fan. I think most people aren't. It's just what it is. What it is. Tis what it is. And then you have input, we have direction for vector 3, which, whatever. Like, this is even dumb. Like, I don't even know why I'm using this direction component value. Because target velocity is just literally going to be X component. Like it's going to be vector 3 right times max speed times X component, which is going to contain the sign value. And that's all there is to it. That's literally all it is to this. That's all it is. Okay, how do you fix this? Are you gonna make me do the different ordering? Yeah, so it's more optimized. Beautiful. Redux. That's a great name, dude. I like that term, redux. I don't know what it means, but it sounds cool. And this is gonna be now. It should be target speed. That's all there is to it. And angular velocity. See, I'm kind of curious as to why this is not factoring in though. You have a dot product with input normalized. Oh, because we're only using velocity dot normalized. We have to make like a new vector here. We have to do like a combined vector. You have to do like a vector 3 combined velocity, which is going to be like new vector 3 with the velocity dot x as the x component and the angular velocity as the y component, and then 0 for the z because there's no movement that's happening there. And then of course it's going to have to be normalized. This is input a vector 3? Yes, it is a vector 3, so I can also normalize that and it'll be fine, which is good. So we can leave this, replace this with a combined velocity, and I believe we should be having our break fade happen. Yeah, Fight and Flight. What type of game are we creating? Yeah, Fight and Flight. You're gonna see right now a version of Fight and Flight, or Redux. Dude, thanks, man. Terrell, you on it, dude, today. Thanks for having the link to the original game. Jeez. The break fade is crazy. Yeah, but that's kind of insane. The fact that we have this and then yeah, I'm gonna use Git as I usually do. I just want to set up my Berg because I don't want to use GitHub. I created the GitHub repo, but I just don't want to use it. I also have to bring in my Git ignore file from my other projects. I should just have that as its own repo because I use it so frequently and I just don't have it readily available. So, what's going on, Sukhet Tuvania? What's up, Real Good Joe? But yeah, so okay, this works. The thing that's odd is just how extreme this break fade is with the Y component and rotation speed. That is pretty gnarly how instantaneous it is. Like, that's actually kind of insane. I might almost feel like inclined to reduce it a certain amount, or maybe reintroduce a term that indicates like, hey, this is a ceiling for how great break fade is. Break fade is like just a 0-1 value, but we're gonna set the cap there. It's gonna be some kind of multiplicative, like coefficient we attach to it. Oh man, that just says, hey buddy, not that much. Not that much. Doxed. What happened, dude? Karate chopped in my keyboard app? Yeah, I did. When things didn't compile the way I wanted to. Also, how did I get doxed? What did I do? Did I type my password on stream again? Did that happen? Tragic. Anyways, so we have this, and it's working good. It's working good. I'm gonna find the old Godot I need to fix the disk on my the D drive, so I can access the Godot project and get the sprites from there, because there's some good sprites I made. So we have this whole thing here. I think now what I want to do is start setting up this basic economic system and application state transition thing, so we can actually have like test out this economy and test out like, hey, oh, but you know what we need to do? We need to also test out we need to test out collision, because that's going to be kind of important, and that's going to be the biggest deal breaker here. So let's also make this not crazy fast anymore and actually make this more reasonable. Ideally I want these values to be linked so there's no specific rotation speed, or maybe we keep them separate. Like some engines are much more better at rotational speed versus max speed. Can you explain what component or implementation or bug you're currently working on? We might help. And I already have. So I'm finishing the player. The big thing I'm working on is the player component, right? And just having input and movement feel good, or not, at least not feel good, but at least be present, and then fine tunable, so we can start having different engine components. I think at the very top of the stream we outlined the major overarching look or design for what this game is going to be and how it's going to function, and we set like some basic components of like the shop system, which is the engine, the braking, and the chips. So we have the engine and braking working, where you have a top speed and acceleration, and acceleration isn't static, but it's actually has a curve, and each engine you can potentially purchase is going to have a unique acceleration curve that's going to define that. So that's implemented and that works. That's actually pretty sick that just happened pretty simply. And then we introduced this idea of brakes that have brake fading, where, hey, yeah, you have this acceleration component, but if you do an input in the opposite direction, your brakes can kind of override it and just change your velocity fundamentally. But by doing that, you also end up wearing them out. So the more you keep doing hard changes, like that go in the opposite direction of what you're doing, or negative dot product value, then the more it's going to wear out until eventually it doesn't really do anything, and now you're only subject to this acceleration. And then the final system is this chip system, but I'm not going to really touch that right now, because I think this is already enough for us to work with. And then we have our little pinwheel world kind of working, which is pretty sick. But I need to make some assets for this. Honestly, like, if there's one thing of this game I outsource, it might be just the 3D, like the 3D environment stuff. Like I might just pay someone like a couple bucks just to not even texture or model it. I'll do that. I have like a triplanar mapping thing I can use for it. Just someone to do the modeling for just basic stuff. But we have this idea set up at the very least, and I did a really rough model of how this might look like. And then yeah, so this is actually a really productive stream. We got quite a lot done already, and I think what the next level of what I want to do is I want to start breaking some of this out. And by breaking this out, I mean we have these configurations for this engine and for braking, which is cool. But now we have to have, like, if we're going to have these different configurations that are saved, I want to have, like, this separated out into its own scriptable object, so we can make unique engines that are going to have their assets and that can be shown and have their values. And then when you press play, we're going to have, like, in fact, we're going to even have, like, a value here, like public void init or something. And it's going to pass in, like, let's say the engine configuration and the brake configurations, and it's going to set those properties here directly. And then that's the properties you play with for the game, and that's just how life is going to work, and it's gonna be great, hopefully, and we can get this done in 3 weeks. For the day 2, this is fantastic, man. I feel actually very much more optimistic about this game than I did previously. But that being said, I do want to start working on like collision as well. which should be fairly straightforward and not too crazy, because I think, well, actually, no, it's going to be kind of a thing, because we have to place things, if we're going to do like collision based, or use colliders to do collision, then we have to make sure everything's at the set radius the player is set at. So we have to derive the radius of the player from the distance of like the center, which is not crazy. That's literally just going to be the local Z position, I believe. Yeah, local Z position. And then like we can just arbitrarily place things on a radius or grid around here. And that should be fine, honestly. And the fact that this is kind of cylindrical allows us a lot. It kind of covers our butts in a bunch of places, because it's a bit harder to make it impossible for a player to get through. So I'm going to try one different very simple means of level generation, which is going to be just throwing hazards in the way. I need to think about what the hazards are going to look like, because I don't want to. The way we did it in Fight and Flight, the original version of this game that we're remaking, it is very simple. In fact, I'm gonna open this link. Thank you, courtesy of you, Terrell, for having this link ready and available for me.
Fight and Flight.
Yeah, in the original iteration, like all the hazards. Oh my goodness, I forgot that we use these dumb controls. But yeah, like there's like basic lasers and that's kind of it. And then enemies you hit, and then spikes that pop up. But now we're having specific levels that have a very particular theme to them. And I want to have hazards be tied to that, and also even have hazards that are very contextual to these different levels. Like each level area is going to have a motif, mechanically speaking. So yeah, so I want to think a little bit more critically about what hazards are going to look like. And because we're working on this cylindrical thing, and this is handling more like kind of a normal, like kind of in a weird way, like a racing game, where you're not being propelled forward, but you're actually in control of your progression. I'm kind of thinking of having more potentially bespoke, like guided levels. So there's some that design consideration alone is going to fundamentally change how we go about it. Whether we do procedural, or we're going to handcraft it, or we're going to do a blend of both, where it's handcrafted, but there's some things that are going to be procedural. I don't know, because there's like an old school rally. That's the name of the game. Old school rally has. I believe that's the name of the game. A rally. I misspelled the freaking repository. They have like these set types of obstacles, like hard left, pin turn right, a chicane. So we can have things where it's procedurally generated, but there's something like that going on, since we don't have the. I don't know. We have our momentum is leaning more and more kind of like towards preservation. We have the braking system, so we can kind of override it. So I don't know. I'm just going to implement it, I think, and then we're going to just test it in the Discord, see what people think. I'm going to record someone, and then I'm going to make some decisions about how we handle level generation. I'm glad you dig it, Doug. In maps, I don't know how it works in Unity. No, I'm going to do like a scriptable object. It's going to be something kind of like that. It's going to be some kind of like module that's going to load in all the different stuff, and then you can load it up and it'll be available. Also, what's up, Melon? That's just Unity. It's basic old Unity. So, yeah, that's the old one. We're going to be doing some stuff to make this a little different. And you know what we're going to be doing? Because I'm not looking at the break fade thing anymore. Yeah, I need to make the break fade not impact rotation nearly as much. Is this accelerating at all? What's going on here? Yeah, I have the rotation way too fast as well. So now it's behaving the way I intended it to. Beautiful. 30-degree rotations per second is kind of crazy. I agree. Let's make it 8 again. Or maybe make it the same as our normal rotation, but I don't know. We have to figure that out. Yeah, braking is not the best term for this. Braking really is not the best term for this. Because it's like momentum canceling. It's like a momentum drive or something. It's like some kind of drive meant to like cancel your momentum. We also have to test this out on mobile and see how it feels with mouse inputs. And you know what? Our brake is not. I'm not actually happy with this. I think we should factor in the magnitude of velocity a lot more. I think velocity of magnitude should be much more of a impact on this. So like, instead of using, we're going from velocity to target velocity, and it's like times brake rate, 0 to 1, where it's worn out. Like the more worn out it is. But I think we should also add a coefficient to this. That's kind of inverse to it, where float a momentum coefficient. Because if you're going at top speed, it should not just go the opposite direction immediately. I think at top speed, you should just zero out. Yeah, we'll just call it momentum coefficient. And how are we going to have these factors together? It could be 1 divided by, like, the greater the magnitude, the smaller this goes, I think. So it'll be inversely proportional. So we would do 1 divided by what, composite? I know there's a combined velocity for both components, for angular and translation and rotation momentum or velocity. So combined velocity dot magnitude. So the magnitude of these two things are going to also factor into here. Maybe I make a specific coefficient for each one, but it's a combined product, whatever. So boost would be an ability chip. That would be a chip we do that you can select when you go to the shop. So you can choose to like add that, but you only have one slot, so there might be other things that are more valuable, like time stopping or slowdown or phasing. Okay, why is this being weird? Re-import. Thank you. Trigger a component. Thank you, finally. Okay. Now we're in here. Okay. What's our performance profile look like? So that already feels better. It's not like you're starting immediately at a... Yeah, you're not starting immediately at the opposite side of the spectrum with your intended velocity. It's like, okay. But if you're slow, then you can just take off. There's some weird move. There's still some jank here. But this is feeling better. All right. Cool. We're gonna have to add some more stuff to this as well. I really want to start doing some animations and stuff, but I want to get mechanics working good. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how you can just kind of have the rotational momentum just build up infinitely. Or it doesn't feel infinite, but the thing is, like, the max speed proportion here is far bigger than your translational one. Also, might want to make like reversing not as fast, or maybe have no reversing at all. Oh my goodness. But this is an engine where there's like very slow. It seems like it's very slow. Slow acceleration. Yeah, like there's an initial speed up. Actually, no, it should be pretty fast. Maybe the initial speed just is not fast enough, or maybe the brake effectiveness is just not too. I'm not sure what component could be the issue here. Like, let's make this really exaggerated. Let's make an engine where it's very much like meant to be fast. Make this 100. Yeah, it's back to 100. Cool. Stop going down there. Thank you. So initial acceleration is actually pretty big. Perfect. So the acceleration graph looks a little bit better now. Yeah, accelerate. It's just angular that's just really big still. Angular rotation cannot be that big, so we're gonna just like almost halve it, less than half it, to something reasonable. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I have to do like some kind of proportion, or actually, if I want to be a mathematical nerd, because what we're doing with the x and y is a translational rotation, translational change, right? And angular rotation, yeah, it's angular, but you can also make it be scale to be the same speed as the translation, because you're actually technically translating. You're just translating across an arc. So we can do like some formula to get like the arc length of get an arc length that's the same speed as our regular one. So the way I have this set up is that the slower you are, the more your takeoff can. So if you're really slow, basically it's like the higher your momentum is, the less you're going to be able to just go forward. It's going to be a slow down brake. But if you're very slow already, then you can propel pretty quick. Yeah, this feels significantly better. Okay. So let's start. I think the simplest place to start is just basic. It'll be making like a basic path or basic obstacles. So we can do something where we have this board. We have like the radius defined by the player's sprite. Not the most specific. I think I'd rather have like a defined radius here, but whatever. We'll use the player sprite to define this, and we'll have this camera be defined by the sprite as well. And I think we can even add additional things here, like the collision and whatnot. But we have the radius and the center point from here. We can start generating obstacles for the level. So let's even start talking about how we're going to make this obstacle work. Let's go to here. We're going to be adding, so we already have a mesh collider, so we can remove this mesh collider because we're not going to be using that. And instead, we can attach like some kind of sphere collider. And then I have my own custom thing. This is going to be a trigger. It's not physics, but we also have to attach a rigid body because Unity says, hey, if you want to be... Or honestly, we can make our own collision detection system because we're just going to be using spheres essentially. Like, it's really what we're going to be doing. But whatever, we'll use Unity's collision system. We're going to make this just be kinematic, I believe, is though what we're going to be doing. Or no, we want it to interact with other things, so we'll just make it be frozen across all constraints. And we're going to attach our own trigger collider events to this. In fact, we're going to attach, right here. Trigger collider events, which is going to be a nice way for us to hook on and use UniRX or reactive extensions to react and behave according to different changes within the collision, and even do filtering as need be. And then, we'll just have this be manually set. Trigger, collider events, collision. It's going to be assigned in inspector. And this is going to be how we are going to be being notified of these changes, collisions or whatnot that happens to the character. And if we go here, that's a very simple collider. It fits the shape reasonably well, so we can just slap that bad boy. First of all, you are supposed to have this property. This is a public property, buddy. You are public. You should be serialized. So I'm not crazy. You're crazy. The domain hasn't reloaded. There we go. I don't know why it takes a while for this to start reloading, but it's whatever. Which was, thank you, dude. Yeah, we're using Ubuntu right now. Good morning, Alexan. Also, what's up, Sasha? Wouldn't moving just the light source and the core LOG instead of the camera and the sprite be more efficient? I feel like re-updating the viewport's whole orientation is more expensive than rotating. I mean, that's a very negligible cost, though, if I'm going to be honest with you. Like, that's not really a big consideration for me. Especially since, like, we're using just, like, with the lighting, because we're using our own custom lighting source, right? So we actually can have the light, the texture, the shadow map would be baked and calculated already. So right now I'm having it calculate dynamically, but yeah, the light source and everything is actually fixed. The environment is fixed. So we can actually have the shadows be baked. And that wouldn't have to be recalculated at all. So it did the thing. It did the thing. It did the thing. And where is my access to my collision? Here we go. Our collision, our trigger collider stuff. Perfect. Where can I find you except YouTube? CozyCabinGames.com is where my socials are at. And then, of course, Discord and whatnot. Discord is the only place I'm really active on, if I'm going to be honest with you. So we have this working. So what are we gonna do now? We have to figure out a way of placing things onto this like hypothetical cylindrical or imaginary cylinder we have defined here in the game board. And last time we talked about this whole level generators, and we have this function here that happens on update where it's gonna go to this tree and do stuff here. Hey, we have 2 new friends in the Discord, Alexander Rush and not Evan. Hey, welcome guys. Hope y'all enjoy your stay here. But yeah. What's up, Tyler? How do you know about Sasha thing? What do you mean know about Sasha thing? Are you talking about like the optimization thing? Or at least a more optimal way of doing things? Yeah, because we're using our own thing. So the lighting, that should be... Let me make sure I read this properly. I don't know, maybe I'm actually understanding incorrectly. So anyways, we have these level generators, and I think we can have a simple thing of just placing... Like this should probably have... I'm probably just... Alright, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna do game object, player... In fact, more specifically, let's just do transform, because that's the only thing that should be known at this point. Is gonna be what's gonna define a radius. And then on start... In fact, let's start using our naming convention. Radius is going to be equal to player dot transform dot local position dot z math abs. So we have radius math abs. That's going to be our radius that we're going to be working with. And then how are we going to handle placing objects? We can either manually place it. We can add like spatial queries maybe. So like this provides a vector 3 position in world space. And then you can say like, hey, get position on grid. And you can provide like a vector 2 position, because really this cylinder is actually just like a 2-dimensional space, really. Or you can think about it like that. And we can think about, so we have to think about how we're going to map things, but our input coordinates on this grid. And then it's going to do stuff. It's going to do things. Yeah, how do I actually want to go about converting? Because I'm thinking about this in terms of just 2D chords. What's up, Neymar? What's up, Ray Manch? How are you? I'm doing pretty good, Tyler. Know about Sasha. Or is it that you're from a Slavic country and your nickname is Sasha? Because Alexnader. Snader. How you said Sasha? Get the confusion. Gotcha. Yep, working on game. Making game. Trying to get game done, dude. Both. We're doing both, Namor. 2.5D. So we have... Yeah, day 2. So So we have this. We have this invisible sphere that's going to exist around it conceptually. And then I'm going to think, as far as level generation, we're going to be thinking of it in terms of a grid. That's the way I want to think about it. And then we have to take this grid and map it to this cylinder. And now I have to think how we're going to do that. I think it'll be the same thing as kind of the player, where the y coordinate is going to be kind of equal to angle, and then the x coordinate's going to be just position directly. And then we're going to do like a local, I think we're going to do this in local space. I think that's precisely how we're going to have to handle this. And then this game board object, let me see how it's oriented in space. Yeah, perfect. So, okay. So we have X is the, okay, perfect. So it aligns the way we'd expect it to. In local space, perfect. So we can generate this local space position for the X. Okay. So the X is going to be simple. That's straightforward. The issue is going to be the arbitrary position of the other coordinate. Okay. Huh. I've never really thought about this before. How would I go about doing that without doing something dumb? Like, I feel like this should be like, there should be a formalized way of mapping these values programmatically. And if we're going to do this in local space, so really the X and Z are going to be kind of, I think what's going to happen is that we have X as the normal position, and then what we're going to have is like the Y and Z are going to be a sine and cosine function. That's what it's going to be. And this coordinate, the Y value from this coordinate is going to be our theta dot Y. So this is going to be equal to core dot X. Theta is going to be equal to core dot Y. And then our float X or Y is going to be equal to sine equals math F dot sine theta. And then we might have to convert it to radians. And then Z is going to be cosine, because that's the two formulas for a circle. This is going to be a unit circle, so we're going to have to multiply this by radians, because I imagine the scale, we haven't affected the scale, so this is going to be in world space. So we can multiply this by the radius, defined by the player position. Cool. Now, what's going to be important is how we define the Y values, or valid Y values here, because X is going to be just a world space position essentially, whereas Y has this new weird constraint to it, where it has to be like this normalized value, unless we come up with a specific way of partitioning the grid, in which case then like we can just take whatever value and then mod it by our grid value. So we can have like a, I don't know, private const float Y grid count, or Y cell count, because we're going to be thinking about this in terms of cells, I guess. Maybe like, yeah, we're going to be thinking about it. Yeah. I have to have some kind of visualization for this. Maybe have something like, I don't know, 12 or something. And then now, all of a sudden, now theta is going to be not only chord Y, but like mod 12. Or actually, it should be, no, it's be normalized. So actually, we can enforce that it's always 12 and nothing more, nothing less than 0, nothing greater than 12. And then that's going to be fine. Y cell count. And then we can just explicitly make this known. or if we want to kind of enforce it to make sure it's a conscious thing, we can say here, but yeah. Okay, this makes sense to me. Turn new X, Y, and Z. Okay, that wasn't actually that crazy. It's just a circle. If you know a unit circle formula, you can just do this. Crazy. Though it feels weird for Y to be cos or sine. Actually, no, that's actually fine. Yeah. That's actually perfectly fine. Cool. And then now we have this public function that's available for placing items on this grid. And then over here, we're passing in this game object board. But you know what? I don't like that. I want to actually pass in the game board manager. And then I'm going to catch up in chat right now, guys. Game board, and then these functions are going to be bad, but that's okay because we can just replace it with, we can even do this. I love doing this. I always feel so cool when I do this. Perfect. And now, like, we can start playing around with our generators for placing objects every couple of frames or every couple of updates. Cool. All right, let me catch up in chat real quick. And let's make sure this just compiles too before we start doing anything. And I think we need to make some objects to place in the board before we start dealing with the collision and damage receiving and all that kind of stuff. And then let's just try re-importing one of these scripts so that we can force the domain to recompile. Nice CRT, thank you, haha, or jaja. A star, that other algorithm, that's so cool. Oh, for like pathfinding? That'd be kind of cool. Oh yeah, smart. It's all good, man. We're all new to this at some point. When you start programming, are you learning something in particular right now? I've never seen a game dev. I know, right? It's kind of crazy. It's a wild thing. We usually hide in our caves. But one of us have called out. I recently just learned JavaScript. Yeah, you gotta start somewhere, man. Never seen you before. What's your game? This is a second day of making this game. Let's see. All right, prototyping right now. Macros. All right, is this gonna do the thing? 1 second. Let's see if we can force this re-import and actually compile the scripts. Thank you. No, it's not a game board game. I'm conceptually thinking about it in terms of game boarding. But this is actually going to be like a racing kind of movement game where you can kind of customize your engine and all this kind of stuff. And one part of this is going to be like procedurally placing objects. Potentially. I might even do just a hand-placed thing. But yeah, I'm thinking about this cylinder that you're kind of playing on as like a board, and we're mapping coordinates on a board onto this cylinder. So that's what that method or that function I did earlier was. It was a way of taking an XY coordinate on a board and then map it into the actual space here. So that a level generator can go in and it could just think about things in terms of like a chessboard and place obstacles like that. In a simple like coordinate system, and then it's easy to map that layout that it generates here onto this board physically, like in the space of the world. So that's the main thing we're doing, and then we're also doing like basic gameplay. We're gonna have to do some animations too to make this, like I'm trying to avoid making the game look pretty too soon, because if I can make this feel good without the nice affordances that graphics provide, then it's like, all right, cool. Now it's just a matter of executing. And plus, like, since I'm a solo developer here, it's better to batch your work. So I'd rather do all my programming work up front and then let the back half be all assets, art, all those kind of things. At least that's the way I'm trying to do it. That's the way I'm trying to execute on this. And then maybe I'll make, like, for this, like, it's gonna be a low speed engine, but we're gonna have the starting, come on, don't do that to me. We're gonna have the starting acceleration be much higher, so it feels a little bit more not as weighty. It still feels more responsive. So yeah, it starts like at 18% or 20% or something. Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you guys. I'm glad you guys enjoy it. Yeah. Let's see though. I might have to change like the acceleration curve as well for rotation a little bit, because it feels too stunted, but then it can also get really unwieldy very quickly. Yeah, I'm gonna add some effects too, like when you do the break fading, or like it's gonna actually play, like do a little effect that indicates like how much break fade have you just done or received. It's gonna be cool, man. It's gonna be cool. Okay, but so far so good. So far so good. I'm actually very, very happy with this. So now let's actually move this to the very beginning here, and let's start like just something very simple. Let's just do a simple thing here, just placing spheres around. Let's make a simple algorithm for placing objects around, and yeah, let's just start with that. So every couple of iterations we're going to place like a handful of objects at random coordinates. It's gonna be bad, but it's fine. We're going to figure out a better way of doing this stuff. Or maybe just hand place some of these things. Excuse me. Add some familiarity, but also add something a little different. So this is being called, this default board generator is being called on update. So every single update we're calling this generate board, and it's doing nothing. We're going to have to also use our object pooling system at some point, but we'll do that eventually. We'll do that eventually. Right now we're just going to place stuff. I mean, there's also the option of just having like this be done either in batches or completely. Like at the very start we generate the entirety of the board, but that seems kind of unwieldy. We're probably going to have like multiple different, we're going to have like probably two different ways of representing this. We're gonna have like a model version of this, and then there's gonna be the actual view, or yeah, like view representation of it. Or like we might have like a, I don't know, enum for different types of entities, and then like have like maybe a 2D array or something that you know, has a list of enums, and then and that could be like something, or it could represent, or be a chunk at least, like e chunk or something. And then we can actually use the board resolution that we defined earlier as well. Though this doesn't require, but if we treat this as chunks, it should be fine actually. I have to make actual concrete decisions here, guys. This is the hardest thing. How do I want to deal with level generation? Okay, you know what? We'll just do this. Every other frames, or every like other kind of second, we'll just do the thing. So we can do like vector 2.
Oh, I don't even know how I want to go about this, dude. I don't even know how I want to go about this. We can do, let's see. And we have to have like a concept of current. Yeah, we have to think about how we want to do this. Like, I think it might be good to just pre-do a chunk. Like, actually, instead of doing this default generate that's happening every single frame, maybe instead have a thing where it's like generate chunk. And then only once we get like past a certain amount do we generate another chunk. Or we can have a subtractive method where we actually like fill out the board with just like this amount of like obstacles, and then like we have some kind of algorithm that just creates some kind of paths or maybe multiple paths to do this to like the end area, so that now it feels like, okay, there's a path that's being carved out for the player and they can go through this, and then there's different options they can go through. The only thing is that can be very restrictive as well, unless we make this very big, but then if it's too big, it's kind of, you know, odd. That's something we could play around with. Let's write down ideas. So there's subtractive. So there's a chunk thing. There's a subtractive, and I think we're gonna do some form of chunking no matter what. Subtractive, cutting path out of obstacles. Is it Rider ID? Yeah, it's Rider. 3D render, better than nothing, of course. Yep. Yeah, I still have to play. I have PlayStation 1 and 2 games I need to play, and I just never get to it. Thank you, man. I'm glad you dig the keyboard. Oh, brother. I'm trying to think. There's so many options here. So what I'm making, Neil, I'm making a level generator for this game, and I'm quickly realizing there's a lot of ways to skin a cat. There's a lot of ways to go about doing it, and I'm just thinking about how I want to. Maybe we just start with something. Maybe just stop overthinking it. Like the easiest, the simplest thing would be like, hey, just make a coroutine and have it like periodically just generate something, and have it step towards continuously every couple seconds. Like yield a few seconds, generate the next ring, yield, generate next, yield. Like continuously do that. But no, we'll do this explicitly on start and start from there. And we'll just do like an iteration of like, I don't know, int I equals 0, I less than. How big do you want this chunk? We're not going to do a model representation of this. We're just going to make the actual in-game thing. We'll do 12, oh, not 12. Let's make chunks like 200 or something. And I less than, or I plus plus. And then we're going to interpolate from the player position all the way to wherever the very end, right? So it's gonna be float x equals math f dot lerp, and we're gonna be starting at game board dot player dot x, and then we're gonna be doing lerping from or transform dot x, or dot position dot x, and then we're going to go from here to this again plus 2000, so it's going to be relative to that, and then we're going to be doing I divided by 2000 and make it floating point, so we can have an actual fractional lerp. And then our y is going to be random. Float 1 or I is going to be equal to, I don't know, random. I have a random selection, but no, we're going to use a Unity's random.range. And it's going to be 0, through 12. That's the thing we specified earlier. And then we're going to be doing create game object dot create primitive. It's going to be a sphere, and we're going to place it at a equals dot transform is going to be equal to game board dot get position on grid. It's going to be a world space position. I never did convert it, did I? But it's whatever. It's the same. It's going to be world space. It's all world space. And it's going to be this vector. In fact, I'm going to change this signature. We're not going to just... I'm not going to do... Why construct a new thing just for that? Int x or float x, float y. Or I guess we can directly just call it... Yeah, we don't need this anymore. We can make y and then have by be mutated by this value. This can be like, I don't know, fy, fz, fy, final z, whatever. This is good. This is good. And then we're gonna just do x, y. Cool. And then transform dot position should be equal to this. Cool. And then we have our simple generator. And we're going to call this once on create or on start. And we're just going to let it rip. And then we'll deal with all the problems we encounter from how we're implementing this later. Level generators. And this is what we're providing it. And then you're not happy, it's okay, we can ignore you. You're not happy, it's okay, we can ignore you. Life moves on. And cool, so we generate the first couple chunks. And let's just see how terrible this is gonna be. This is gonna be very limiting because for every one ring, there's only gonna be one object that exists there. So that's gonna be very sparse. But we're gonna see what happens. And we're end up having like some kind of, it's not a line, but it's kind of a line. I guess if you were to plot everything, it would be a function, but I forgot what's a math term for like, if there's only one y value per one x input. I forget, there's a term for that. I forgot it though. Okay. Completing domain. I'm gonna catch up in chat, guys. 1 second. A PC with code on it. Yeah, we're doing some code, man. What lines are we interpolating? This is for placement. This is not a jam. This is just I want to get a game done within like 3 weeks or something for fun, just to get something done. I haven't done that in a while, and I want Cozy Cabin Games to finally have a game be available. And okay, things have gone wrong. I'm assuming either in terms of position. Or in terms of, well, I'm not seeing any spheres whatsoever. So, yep, it's unassigned. That's the issue. It's a unassigned variable. Okay, hopefully that's just the crux of the issue, and life is happy after this. What kind of FFI gen? CFI or different API? I have no idea, man. I'm not gonna lie. I have no idea. Hey, and we have our balls. Hey. Okay. So really easy to avoid these. Also, it's not going through the entire arc of the sphere, so that's kind of problematic. That's kind of problematic. It's only dealing with one quadrant. Or if I can be more specific, it looks like it's dealing with only one octant. So that's a little bit of a issue. So I think it's to do with just the fact I'm using sine and cosine for these things, and the fact that
it's going to inherently eliminate some stuff. So we have to actually map this to a very different kind of range. We have to do some kind of interpolation here. So we're going to do, especially because like sine and cosine are going to produce like the same values. Or actually, we're not providing any negative values, but that only extended to one. Okay, we're gonna have to think through this a little bit more critically than I initially thought. So we have our y, we have our theta, and this is probably where we have to do some stuff because we're doing a y divided by theta. So and theta is going to be a value from 0 to 12. So that means this is going to be a value from 0 to 1, never negative 1. So that's something to keep into account. So I wonder if a simple, I think it would, hypothesis time. I think if we interpolate between -1 and 1, we're still not going to be happy. I think it's only going to cover one quadrant, or 1/2 maybe, but not the full quadrant. And also I realized I think it's only a conceptually it's only, yeah, okay. Let's just see though. So we have this value, we have this is going to be semicolon here, this is going to be the value, we're going to pass y here, and then we're going to do something. We're going to do -1 and 1 and interpolate it that way and just see how that goes. If not, we're going to have to, also let's check to see what this is taking in as well. Like sine is taking in what? Angle, returns a sine angle of f is in radians, so that's also another thing here. So radians. So okay, I feel kind of exposed here. We can do 0 to 360 and then do math degrees to what was it? There's like a constant here for like degrees to radians. So I'm going to map this circle, this mapping of 0 to 360 for this value range of 0 to 12, and then we're going to convert it to radians and then pass that, set that as theta. And maybe, just maybe, we're going to be all a little bit happier in life as a result or consequence of this. I don't know. We're going to find out right now. Gosh, I haven't touched my Doritos at all, man. If I play WarFrame today, it's going to be a well-earned WarFrame day. And look at that. Do you see what I see? I see full coverage. I think I want to make a shader that indicates like, hey, off screen, there's things approaching you on this lane or something. But hey, we got the things. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot of fine tuning with angle until I feel good with this. Because right now, all the mechanics exist, technically speaking, but they don't feel good yet. So there's gonna be some fine tuning I'm gonna have to do. Or maybe I should introduce a shop mechanic first and then see how it feels to actually upgrade and increase. Like, I need to find like an engine tuning that I think feels good and then go from there. Yeah, if you want to encourage them going fast, I think I have to increase the spacing of this as well, because this is too close together. I mean, at the same time, like, it's still very sparse, because a lot of them are just, it's a very noisy placement, so you can actually very easily avoid a lot of this stuff while still going reasonably quickly. Yeah, actually, like, weirdly enough, you can still kind of pilot this. There's sometimes you just get hit and it feels kind of just bogus.
I think if we position the player further back, it will alleviate this significantly, though. I'm gonna be very honest with you. I think that's gonna be the thing we have to do, is just move this camera so that the player is just much more forward, so that there's a lot more to react to, instead of like dealing with just the back, which is not, and you've already passed those stuff, so it doesn't matter. It's not important. It's not as relevant to you what's happening back there. Leave Windows. You could do it. I was trapped in Windows for a long time, but we made it. We made it. Not unscathed, because NTFS kind of screws up on Ubuntu. But besides that, we're doing pretty good. Living the dream. I need to make a build for mobile and start testing this out myself, or maybe make a WebGL build. I need to input mobile input. That's a thing. I need to do that. Yeah, that's a thing. That's gonna be easy though. In a weird way, I'm kind of learning how to deal with the jank of this, but the braking system, I need to. Yeah, there's tweaking that needs to be done. There's some tweaking that needs to be done. But I think a lot of this could also be smoothed over with better conveyance with graphics, like not particle effects, but animations. I guess particle effects too, but I really want to do some nice animations. And I want to see how like the fine, because this is only a discrete left or right, up, down thing. But with mobile, you're gonna have a lot more, weirdly enough, fine tuning. I need to add haptics though, because I hate doing any kind of input without any haptic feedback from the phone. Oh my goodness, are we picking up speed? Oh, we got it collided there. But the brake system is kind of working the way I intended it to. Like, sometimes I'm like, all right, this is bad, stop. Okay, then we stop it, and then it does a thing. Kind of. Almost. We have a game. Like, this is starting to become a game. I mean, you have to have an actual HP and like game over state, but like we're getting there, dude. I'm actually really happy with this, dude. I'm actually really happy. Automatic side scroller obstacles. I'm not sure if we're gonna do the side scroll. I think we're gonna let you be fully in control, and then just, you know, you're trying to go as fast as you can. Yeah, Samsung is in there. Samsung's in there like underwear. Though honestly, I'm gonna be getting a flip phone sometime soon. Like, I'm not gonna replace this. I can't replace it because there's a lot of authentication stuff that requires this. But like, I'm slowly gonna transition to a flip phone. I don't see how it's unethical if like I'm working on a game like solo dev or even like 3 people. It helps a lot to save time. Maybe if it comes to AAA companies using. Oh, we're doing the AI discussion. Or no, I'm not. I didn't get the context. I don't like AI, like, as far, because it's kind of interesting because we usually talk about AI in the context of programming, which I've grown to just hate talking about at this point just because of how much it goes on. I don't like AI in art just because I feel like it's just unethical because it's trained on stolen things, man. And I just find it unethical for that reason. That's me. That's the line in the sand for me. Ooh. See, okay, that's the thing. The braking. I'm trying to figure out how I trigger. There's like a weird technique to just jump forward. Like you have to lurch a little bit. That's just responding program. I'm sorry. I'm not. I didn't get the full context of that. I'm just so happy, dude. Look at this, man. And then we're gonna have set pieces too, because like we're gonna have like entering tunnels, or hey, there's a segment of this world that's like actually elevated or something, or have like clouds. The thing I'm gonna struggle to kind of convey is gonna be scale. Scale is the most. Scale is the most difficult thing here, but because I feel the player looks like they're very close to this object, especially with how the shadows are being casted onto it. I don't want that. I want this to be. We also have to revise the shaders a little bit. Yeah, it's weird how like the braking I think braking should just do what it Yeah, I think braking's like max effect should not be a positive change to the velocity you want to, or maybe a very slight one. But at most, it should like stop. But if it's not, then yeah. No one could become an artist? I highly doubt that. Let's say I decided to play, so a virtual machine with Windows and play it there. I have no idea. I never tried it. Yeah, but I'm trying to leave graphics for later. The issue with me is I usually do graphics a lot or try to make it look very nice early on. For right now, I'm just trying to verify that this feels and plays well. The braking thing I'm gonna have to change. I'm gonna change the formula for this a little bit. Okay. We're also gonna work. I'm gonna start making a separate module for handling input, where we have we can interpolate input from keyboards very easily and discreetly, and that's good. That's very good. But now we have to have a means of interpreting input from touch inputs. There's Unity's new input system, which is fine. For this, I think I want to try writing my own input handler. But it's always kind of odd getting mouse coordinates in Unity for some reason. But I think we're going to be using mouse. Actually, no. I'm going to have to use Unity's new input system, yeah. It's okay. Because we need to do multi-tapping and detect that. I think Unity's old input system has some things for that, but I don't know. When you get a chance, let me check it, Sasha. You don't have to scroll 40 times to see it. Maybe the rotation curve should be inverse of the engine curve, since turning gets harder at higher speeds, especially since it looks like you're having a hovering vehicle with very little friction. But the player being on top of the road makes it really a bit hard when it comes to the balls. Yeah. We'll see. I really don't want to do the side profile thing in the middle. I think there's some way we can really help with the conveyance on that. I don't know, maybe I'll do some A/B testing this Sunday or next coming weekend or Sunday. I think especially these are snapped to a grid of some sort, like, because we're partitioning this area into 12, right? I think we can have some kind of way of saying, hey, this is like the area that you're going forward, and you can kind of gauge to see where it is. Right now there's no reference point, so that makes it a bit weird. I don't know, I'm gonna play around with this more off stream, I think. Because it's gonna be me just kind of feeling. I'm gonna change some stuff regarding this though. I think the values I'm lerping towards here for when the brake coefficient is set is not ideal. By the way, cream soda, guys. I don't drink. I do not drink. I like to treat myself with some sody pop sometimes. But yeah, this value here, this minimum momentum coefficient, is doing the heavy lifting here. But the alternate of this is, hey, magnitude is much smaller. It's even almost zero. Heck, that's a possibility of like velocity is 0. Let's say this is 1 and your brake rate is still very high. So you just jump forward. I don't think that's the move. I think what we're going to do is instead have this remove this momentum coefficient and change the terms for where this goes. So instead, this will go from, because we have a target velocity. But I think we can change this to instead be like, this is a vector 3 value. So we have like, brake rate is high. This just goes to 0. You can try that. But it's gonna be a weird thing. Oh, let's see. Let's see if it's weird. Let's see if this is weird. Also, while this compiles, let me hit you with the React, Sasha. Thank you for the feedback and the input. We shall see what we do. Okay. So we're going to do the thing. We're going to go fast. Okay. Also, I think the brake fade should happen proportional to the momentum. So the higher the momentum, the more you should lose that brake fade. Oh yeah, this feels much better. You know what? I think the normal should also be, the dot product should be applied to this. Like if, that should be another component here. Because right now it's just going, doing a modification to a break fade. And maybe like if you're far away, it's going to be doing that, but whatever. But I think if the dot product is 0, meaning that it's like away, there should be much less effect from it. It should be less like jarring. Or maybe I should have this be specifically for values of like negative 0.8, where it's like, hey, you're more like, if you're on the tangent, it's not going to apply this, but if you're further away, it's either going to be that or I apply some value to that dot product so that the angle turn doesn't feel so jarring. I think it's going to be jarring regardless, but okay. This feels better, actually. Oh, nope. But this actually does feel better, though. Or maybe there's a thing where it's like, hey, we're going to have different properties for breaks, and that's just going to be something you can configure as well to have it behave the way you want to. But I don't know. I feel like this should be something that just works as intended. Okay. Either way, I think this is good. This is a good starting point at the very least. Let me start. Input's gonna be a separate thing. We're gonna be doing that later. So what is the thing we can do for tonight before I hop off or do something else? I might play WarFrame for an hour or something. Just chill or something. What's going on here? Am I going crazy? What? Different tack angles. Yeah, making stuff definitely helps. I'm glad you dig it, Hexrock. Is it okay to occasionally call you that? Yeah, you can call me Cozy Tamerka. I think I changed my name in the Discord to be that, since that seems to be what people call me, and that's totally fine. I'm actually totally good with Cozy. Ubuntu Pro? Probably, I don't know. That's a judgment call for you. I'm just using regular old Ubuntu, and it's fine for me. Yeah, I think I'm going to try separating. Honestly, what I might do is just take this whole configuration and separate it out, and try like different configurations. I want to try to figure out some A/B testing here. Yeah, because this feels... the arbitrary value does not feel right to me. That does not feel right. So I'm gonna have to deal with some other way of compositing these vectors together in a way that feels good. I'm doing pretty good, Tamerka. Yeah, making much more headway than I thought. Feeling much positive. I was kind of like, oh my goodness. Can I even, is it possible to even have something playable within 3 weeks? I'm gonna have something ready for people to try out. But I feel significantly more positive in respect to that. How are you doing, Tamerka? Hopefully you're doing well. No Godot. Cozy? Heck yeah, man. That's the goal here. That's the goal here. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I have one model for how we're doing this compositing or this combining. I might just like, you know what I'm gonna do? Actually, here's the simplest thing we're gonna do. This is how we're gonna do our A/B testing. We're gonna have like a private void configuration or config, or let's say machine 1, because this is fundamentally it's a machine of some type. And just move all these bad boys. And then everything just happens here. It all happens here. The compositing, the everything. That's all just gonna happen here. And then you just need a float x component, float y component, and then we'll need these eventually, but we'll do enum e machine, and then there's going to be machine 1, machine 2. And I'm going to start thinking differently about how these controls work. To me, it's very similar, but machine. Actually, I could have just copied the signature and just done this. And then we just do public float, enum, e machine, machine type, that's what we're using. And we can expand this as need be and do a lot of testing. Maybe I may even start doing testing this week. I might make another one tomorrow, and then in the Discord I might try to get one person or another person to try it out for a second and tell me how they feel about it. Maybe add some feedback too for the spheres, but that'll be a different thing. I want to just test feelings, not the actual dodging. Why is this not? I misspelled it. Machine type. Cool. And we just call this function machine 2. Machine 1. And then on runtime, we can just easily switch between these for the most part. And hopefully it'll be easier. At the very least, like before we press play, we can select which machine we're using, and then we'll have a feel for, okay, this is how the first one controls, this is how the second one controls, and kind of go from there. But this one I'm going to think a little bit differently about how we're going to go about this. How do you even go about breaking? Yeah, I'm going to have to think about this. A .exe rather than a WebGL version? Why .exe out of curiosity? I prefer just WebGL just because it's easier for anyone to test on different platforms. I don't have to make a different version for Linux or Windows. But if there's a specific reason, let me know. I guess it's not the end of the world. It's just another build. Yeah, this C#. This C#. Nerd, yeah. That's my life, man. And try out different types, values, or algorithms of movement just for testing purposes. Oh my goodness. I use C# for a Unity VR game. What's up, branded cookies? Hope you're doing well today. Because I'm not using a rigid body Geo Retro. I'm doing this myself. Yeah, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna do some different testing today. So, what is on the docket? Let's talk about future. Because I can start, technically, like, this input, this player behavior stuff is essentially kind of a black box. Now, it's the most important black box that exists, like, in the entire creation of this game. This is going to be the make or break, because if the movement doesn't feel right or doesn't look right or whatever, then, like, there's no point in doing this, right? So, but this is essentially, like, controls, let's say. Or actually not even controls. This is going to be player. Move. So, while I work on this in tandem, there's separate things that are kind of orthogonal to this, which is going to be like input handling. You're usually seeing like we're doing some project management. This is what it looks like to like kind of manage or make a Gantt chart. The input's a separate thing and really doesn't affect this too directly. I mean, it changes the input, but like, again, black box. This is gonna be the input to this. And right now this is self-contained because the input's baked into this with PC, but we can make this work on this in tangent. Beyond this, from here, if we're gonna make this like a how do I want to organize this? Because it's kind of almost multi-dimensional, but I think it's fine. There's another branch. This is the branch of like levels, let's say, right? So we have another branch for the shop. And then for this, it would be like the actually architecture for this stuff. So it'd be like, hey, let's make the scriptables for components for like the engine parts, right? In fact, we can simplify this to just like an engine parts scriptable, right? Engine parts scriptable. You can't understand it, I can't understand it, it's okay. And in fact, I'm organizing this backwards because usually I do it the other way, where this is going to be the end result. So we have this. We also have to have some kind of module or save system for this. So save specifically for like the shop parts. So there's going to be a machine save system. Essentially just a system for saving the current configuration you have for your machine. Probably another one for like the shop state. So what's been unlocked, what's the state of everything you have. This is gonna be much more verbose because like everything that you've purchased and the upgraded and whatnot has to be held here, whereas this is gonna be very small. It's just kind of like an index or ID of like what you have currently set for your current machine. And so we have these two things. There's another component to this as well. So we actually have like 3 lanes here, essentially. 3 lanes. Because the other one's going to be the garage. And the garage is going to be kind of important. I think there's going to be a need for like the wireframe for this. In fact, we have to have a wireframe for this entire thing in general. In fact, wireframing can be essentially like a precursor for everything because I'm doing this first before designing what the UI is going to look like for this stuff. We have the wireframe for the garage, and of course there's going to be the view implementation for everything. Station. And then before this one too, we can start making the application model or the application state. not application state, that's just the application singleton that's going to be the overarching owner of everything. That's going to be the thing that manages the transitions from garage to level to this. There's some other things that are going to be important, but they're going to be later on, because once we have inputs and play movements, we have to start designing how our levels are going to behave and look. So there's going to be level 1 is going to be like a critical goal for us, hopefully this week, if not next week. And that's going to be necessitating the next thing of like, hey, level states. Is there any level state system or data that needs to be saved? So like best times, things of that kind of nature, right? Which levels have you cleared? And in fact, we're going to denote these as like with blue, because this is data that needs to be saved. These are kind of important and critical for the game. So machine system data, this data, those are two main things. And then of course over here there's gonna be some simple stuff like hey, settings and whatnot. That's gonna be kind of last, weirdly enough, but it is what it is. But I'm gonna put it in this category here. So that's kind of just the look of the work we have set for ourselves right now. Oh my goodness, why can I not draw? I have selected white. Why is this wrong? Okay. Brother, what? What? I'm selecting white. Why am I the bad guy? Okay. Settings. Also something that needs to be saved. And of course, something that very important, but I'm also going to deal with that later because we're going to have a better idea of all this stuff here. So this is kind of how things are going to kind of shake out for the most part. There's going to be more for sure after this, but this is like the most immediate view of things we have to do and kind of a look at what's dependent on what. And, you know, for example, input and player are going to be kind of blockers for this level, be validating level 1, because if you can't validate level 1 works with both input, the touch and whatever, then there's no way to say this is completed yet. So these are going to be dependencies we have before we can move on to anything else. So yeah, and then all this stuff is going to be much more, it's all going to be consolidated into like this view that's going to exist for the shop view, or for the shop view. All these are going to be dependencies for this. And then the garage view is going to be much more simple and straightforward. It's going to be the thing that kind of navigates you between the different states of the application. There's probably going to be additional things for the level select, but that's all kind of self-contained there for now. So, all right, guys, that's kind of everything in my mind as far as this project's concerned and what's going to look like to how we're going to be tackling this for this week, maybe next week. There's also additional things you need to, like, I haven't talked, there's like a side stuff like the generator. That's a whole big thing. Generator, but we'll deal with that later, and I'm not going to stress out too much about it. Do something cool and code thing, bruh. Get out of here, man. I have to make this, man. If I'm going to do coding, I need to understand how this is going to work for myself. So, hey, man, for every cool thing you do, you got to have some kind of planning. Oh, it makes programming fun and cozy. Try compiling something. I already done compiled something. You want to see something compile? I got you. We're going to see something compile. Or at least try to compile. Oh, did it actually work? Ha, nope. There you go. That compiled. I wasn't actually expecting it. I thought it was going to still in a broken state, but hey. That compiled for you guys. There we go. Bro in 1989. What's 1989? Close. This is 1985. At least this mouse is 1985. Let me see here. I forgot there's a way to read the serial number for it. Oh, is this 83? I think this is actually 83. I don't know. I think so. Anyways. Oh my goodness. Quest of Conquest. I think I want to change how the characters we use for this. But it's okay. This is fine. I want to get this to be a circle, though. This actually irks me. And I need to add a button for new stuff. We'll finish Riven Done one day at some point. We will finish Riven Done at some point. Yeah, make some changes to application.h so this can compile, but it's not going to work. Or maybe it will work. I don't know. What's compile mean? I don't understand how code turns a whole into a whole game. There's a whole bunch of things that goes into it, man. Another Unidev here, working with an in-app purchase on my own right now. Oh, that sounds so much fun, dude. Sounds like so much fun, man. In your setup, nah, man. I'm not an anime guy, or at least not anymore. There's a few classics that I'll watch. Like I saw the Cowboy Bebop movie with my boy Terrell in chat. But yeah, I don't watch really anime. All right, sweet. So we have some ideas here for what's going to happen. So it's currently 12:17. I think I might kill some time and play a little bit of Warframe. Just to simmer down, chill, not think too hard anymore about this. And, or actually, do I want to? Maybe I'll just do it. Maybe I'll do Warframe. It calls me, but I don't know. On a repo? I don't think I'm qualified for that, man. I don't think I'm really qualified for that. I feel like for repos, I'd have to like have specific, or at least more time than this. I still need to set up my repos too for Codeberg. And it's weird. I don't know why you can't. Can you guys find Cozy Cabin games on Codeberg at all? Cabin games. On Codeberg. I don't see, like, it doesn't pop up for some reason. Especially since I have that Riven Done project on there for free. Well, it's not done yet though, but it's gonna be like an open source thing, I think. But I don't see it. It doesn't pop up. It's public. Why do they do this to me? I want to give it a shot. Why not? He's coding in Hebrew. I'm not doing no Bible study right now. It's so cool. The gray mouse is brand. It's IBM. I also have an IBM mouse, but I'm taking a little break from it this stream just to not have to use it, not to have to wear up my hands too much. Where is okay, here we go. Here's the game. Yeah, I'm thinking like how we're gonna go about this different machine. I mean, that's just to sleep and think about it and approach it with a fresh brain, or go to the library tomorrow and try implementing this a second time and see how that goes. Yeah, I can already start like breaking this out though. Like, I can already see how we're gonna break this engine value stuff out. Because I don't think these values are gonna change. What's fundamentally gonna change is the inputs for these machines. But fundamentally, I think this data is largely fine. The only thing that might be of exception is like the angular speed that might change, acceleration, rotation speed. I think this might change so that it can be consistent with max speed, but that'll be a whole different. That'll be done within the method. Because we have max speed, that's gonna be defining meters per second, right? How do you calculate formula for arc distance on a circle? Because I don't really recall that.
Is it gonna be kind of some like some? Is it gonna be like the circumference times like a certain percentage? Is that? That's like how you do it actually, right? Actually, now that I think about it, like, that's how you'd get it, and then that distance is just. Okay, I'd have to work back from the solution, but I have the idea in mind, like the relationship you'd have, where you'd have like distance is equal to like p times 2 pi r. Yeah, I think that's what it'd be. So if I know the distance I want to travel, oh, okay. Wait 1 second. If I know the distance I want to travel, then it would just be distance equals p times 2 pi r. So we just divide the distance, which is our velocity, divided by 2 pi r, and that'll give us our theta value. No, our p value, or I guess, yeah, our p value, which is like the percentage of the arc that we're gonna be doing. But that doesn't give us angle, does it? Or does? No, it does. We can get angle from that. Because if we know the percentage of the circumference we're doing, then we can like. Yeah, I have to look at this. I have to do this on pen and paper when people are not watching me, and I'm getting judged. But yeah, like I'm not crazy, right? Like that's how it would be. Like you have 2 pi r. That's like the formula for the circumference of a circle, right? Equals like arc, and then like some type of value, percentage of the circle, and then your arc distance would be that, because this is circumference, and then that would be the distance. And then we're solving for, we have the distance, the max speed. That's the amount of time, the distance we want to travel within a second in terms of meters. So distance was just equal to this divided by. Like I'm not crazy, am I? Right? The only thing is converting p to like an angle or degree, which is simple. If it's like 360, you multiply p by 360, or if it's radians, it's 2 pi divided by pi. Oh, we're already doing that. That's what we're doing here, right? We just got rid of the radians. So actually, if we don't divide and we just keep it like this, okay, I think I have it in my brain now. I mean, I'm probably gonna do an unnecessary conversion, but I just know for a fact this should at least be right. I'm not sure if I put this term back, if that's radians. I forgot what radians are, if I'm gonna be honest with you. But I know at least for this is a percentage of the circumference, and we can, yeah. So I can actually get this, remove this, and actually have a consistent speed, hopefully, by doing. In fact, I could just find this at the top here. Speed, which is gonna be kind of derived. This can be like calculated once too, at the very top, right? Movement or max movement speed. Oh, but it has to be relative to current velocity. So actually, it would be like velocity dot magnitude. I shouldn't be doing this. I'm just like tired right now, man. I'm probably doing something very wrong. But then you'd have 2 times pi, and then r would be the distance of the player's component or the sprite renderer, which we don't have here actually. That's actually bad. So we don't have the radius, the proper radius at the very least. There's probably a 2 pi. They probably have a 2 pi something. Whatever.
And that would be the p-value right here, and then we'd multiply it by 360. And now we have degrees, which is what we're going to use for Euler angles. Euler angles. And rotation speed. And now it becomes this instead. So now we should actually have the correct amount, the correct speed, I imagine. I don't think so, though. I think I did something dumb somewhere. So I'm not feeling very confident. Or maybe it's going to be gained like the velocity. Yeah, no, we did something very wrong. We did something very wrong, guys. My math didn't math. And now we're entering Oberheaven. Oh well. Okay, maybe we do this when I'm more awake and not sleepy. Velocity.x. Oh, I didn't have the radius. I didn't pass in the radius. I'm missing that part. 2 pi r. We're missing the radius component, which let's just hard code it for right now. The player's sprite is positioned at what? You're positioned at negative 4.3. We'll do 4.33. Okay, maybe. Just maybe. This is actually not terrible. Altman would be upset. Why would Altman be upset? Nabil? I'll try. What happened, Nabil? What's going on here? Brain neural networks needs training too. He might be taking more time, but as a result, he actually learns and understands what he's doing, and that's what brings him joy. Can't stop him happy. Yeah, man. That's the thing, man. I want to have that deeper understanding. That deeper understanding. That's what I'm chasing after. WarFrame? I guess WarFrame, dog. I feel like I just dropped the last of my IQ into trying to get this to work, and if it doesn't work... Hey! This... Just kidding. I was very happy for a second. I was like, wait a second, this feels kind of okay. And then... Heaven's Gate. I have to do a Poochie's way. Heaven's Gate. Yeah. GG's. We don't do math. We don't do math here. Not like this. We save this for private time when I can fail in quiet and not feel exposed. I'm sorry. Miss I forgot her name. I forgot my geometry teacher's name. That's crazy. Cleary, I think. I'm sorry, Miss Cleary. I didn't mean to forget my arctans. I think the math is actually fine. I think the way I'm adding it is not right. I think that's the issue. I think I'm supposed to be using like not velocity but something else. Or the magnitude of velocity but something else. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Life continues on. It is okay. Alrighty. Let's boot up that Steam. We're gonna do another bathroom break, guys. It's currently 12:30 in the morning, so I'm gonna spend probably another 20-30 minutes playing some WarFrame, unwinding. What's going on here? What's going on with this Bannon? Oh, you're not using AI? Sorry, y'all. Black Friday sale. Hoorah. Hoorah. We're in space. Space. Okay, we got Steam open now. And I can't use F to select the thing I want to select. Okay, and we're going to just go to WarFrame. WarFrame. And I'm going to change the title. And we're just going to... We're just going to get ready for some warring and framing and all manners of malarkey. That's just the kind of thing we're into today. And we're going to just forget about all our programming woes. I enjoy programming though, let's be real. And I'm going to change this details. I'm going to change this to be a WarFrame stream now. We're framing the wars. Gaming. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, I invite you, if you have not sat up in the past couple hours, I invite you to please stand up. Do a crouch or something. Like do some squats. Crack them knee joints. You know they're crackly. Don't get no blood clots. Let's get some, use the bathroom. We don't use bottles here, we use bathrooms. We actually go to the bathroom and we wash our hands. So I'm gonna go wash my hands, use the bathroom, maybe get some more water, and then we're gonna WarFrame for a little bit, alright? So be right back, ladies and gentlemen. 1 second. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to war the frame. Frame the war. Okay, Melon. Go use your bathroom, man. Time management is something I absolutely don't have. It really is. The campfire is really cozy, dude. He's been in the bathroom for 6 hours. He's definitely not surviving there. Yeah, we like to have our bodies ready. Like Reggie used to say, my body is ready. Okay, sorry guys. We're doing some gamer stuff. We're playing games, so we're just gonna get some Doritos, get some Doritos, get some food coloring in us. Pardon me.
Thank you for returning to me, operator.
All right, guys. We return to the frame. And then I'm not sure what this is saying. Is this opium? Is that what it said? I can't read, guys. It's very small for me on the screen.
Operator, communications await your attention. Please check your inbox at your earliest convenience.
Sure thing, buddy. Buddy-o pal. What do we have here?
Though I wish you could have awoken to
My brain is fried right now, man. My brain was fried trying to remember 2 pi r. You expect me to process this intergalactic dynamics of politics and factions and all this? I just want to run and shoot and I just want to hurt people. It's a market. Okay. Let us go and do some hurting. Okay, we're going here, right? Okay, that's where we're going. Hey, Melon here. Kenny. Wait, Kenny, Melon? Wait, which one are you? Tamirko, time management is hard. Life flies by before your eyes. Days, weeks. It's crazy, Tamirko. It's been speeding up for me like crazy. And I've been having to make like this... It's been very hard making that kind of decision of like, all right, how are we going to spend the time? Before I used to be more giving, but like now there's so much more desires. In fact, like, here's a little fun lesson, right? What is the fundamental principle of economics? Like, what is the fundamental part or axiom or goal of economics? And I'm going to just tell you what my micro teacher told me. And ever since she told me that, I was like, oh my goodness, this makes so much sense. But I'll let you guys try answering first. What do you think it is? Okay, so what are we doing? Oh yeah, I have to like remember how to control myself. Okay. What's happening here? I'm scared. I'm scared. Demand and supply. Okay, that's one thing. That's a big core component of economics. Am I supposed to shoot it? What am I supposed to do? Am I protecting it? Who's shooting me? Am I playing with people? That's crazy. So anything else? Game is again, demand, supply, gotta defend it against waves. Ah, I got you. So economics can be defined as the balancing act between us having infinite desires but finite resources. Like everything can be just kind of simplified to those two components. And yeah, there's the idea of supply and demand, right? But those are factors that help you calculate the balancing act between your infinite wants in life versus finite supplies. Is that a dude? Is that a guy on my team? Where are these invisible guys coming from? I feel so disoriented. Oh, because I'm playing with the wrong mouse as well. It's like way too... This one's more... Oh, did I just... Okay, I think... For a second I thought I almost killed myself.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm really. But yeah, ever since I thought about it in those terms, like that idea of economics has been super powerful, right? The second part is the idea of marginal benefits and opportunity costs. Like it's this thing that applies everywhere, dude. Everywhere. Opportunity cost, marginal benefit. Yeah, something might be better, but what's the marginal cost and marginal benefit of that? Yeah, it might be better, but it might be diminishingly better. It's like, hey, yeah, if you're really starving and then you have like a fry, the first fry you eat is the most delicious thing you've ever tasted. But then the second one is almost as good, but not quite. Not quite. And after the 100th one, it's like, all right, this might be a little too much. All right? You're not feeling the same kind of enjoyment you once had. So marginal benefit. Such a key, interesting stuff. Dude, people are swagged out in this game. Jeez, man. This is crazy. Opportunity cost is also kind of tied to that. The idea of, hey, what else could I be doing with this thing, this cost I'm incurring? That cost can be, hey, maybe I'm going out to the theaters. What's the opportunity cost? Well, I could have stayed home and worked on something, or I could have, invested on Wall Street bets or something. Or hey, I could have.
Available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
I'm down. Oh, they want to go that? Okay.
Continue to defend.
Yeah, I'm down. I can't read. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, every little thing you do in life is some form of marginal, has some opportunity cost to it. Every little thing, you could have done something else with it, man. Is he not? Dude, what? I'm like doing nothing to that guy. Super crazy, not crazy. I think it's intuitive for most people, but it's just a cool idea to have in your mind. It seems like the more you're getting into some interest, the less you're able to do all what you could have wanted to do. Yeah, it's a thing you're giving up to, Mirka. Like, keep in mind, like I used to do pixel art. That was my main thing, and I used to do music production, and I'm very fairly good at those things. However, programming has been something that's taken up so much more of my time and leaves me to not be able to really maximize in those things. Now, do I regret it? No, I don't. But that's the opportunity cost of trying to get better at this thing. Now, if the marginal benefit of that is not good, then maybe I should stop, Maybe I'm good enough at programming, I don't have to get any better, and we can just go back to doing some pixel art or some art or animation or something. That's the value judgment I have to make. The same way, Timirka, I imagine you're making value judgments about the things you find of interest and the things you want to do, and especially for me now, like, because the time is still relatively free, but also like it's becoming increasingly not, from energy to more responsibilities, whether it be at work or in personal life. And then forbid, one day, I get a wife and I get a family. Like, that's more time, more finite time you have to work with. So, yeah. I like how I'm talking about this while playing a game. I think ever since I learned about that, that's kind of what's made me feel very kind of guilty about playing games, because I'm like, oh, opportunity cost. But, resting and doing something that's kind of fun is something I need to get better at factoring in, because, hey, there's actually importance in doing that, right? Okay, how are we doing here? Oh my goodness. Whoops, what was that?
Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. 50 years old.
Action is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy. Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract.
To me now. I remember this on PS2. Maybe PS3. Warframe? Yeah, Warframe, I'm enjoying it so far, man. This is my 3rd day playing Warframe. I'm super enjoying it. It's super duper fun. Yeah, Warframe is super duper fun. I'm trying not to play it on my spare time because I kind of want to share my journey with Warframe here with y'all as I go through the ringer of being kind of a noob, dude. That's all right. That's part of the fun, right? And hey, I'm helping. I'm helping. Mom, I contributed. Never got really deep into it like some of my friends. Top 10 all time. I'm not using any of my abilities, dude. I'm just using the basic. I need to actually start remembering to use those. Oh. Let's actually contribute a little bit. What displays out? It's a Magnavox. Is motion blur on? No, it's not supposed to be. I don't know why, but the stream for some reason is usually low frame rate for some reason. I don't know why. Because it's rendering fine. I think it's just OBS. 1 second, let me check something. I'm sorry, teammates. I'm sorry, teammates. I'm sorry, teammates. Okay, you know what? Sorry, guys. I'll deal with this after. I'll try to deal with the because it was better last stream, I think. I don't know why it's super slow for y'all. Outside of just OBS being weird on Ubuntu. Because my PC's specs are like strong enough to handle this totally fine. So I'm not sure why it's super low for y'all. I'll figure it out after this though. We'll figure it out after this. Okay, I'm just preemptively shooting just in case. How are we doing on health? I have no idea.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the
I'm down.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity
Looks a poop
to
movement look.
extract will appear soon.
No, this is not a game I made in 3 weeks. No. No, I'm just playing, I should change the title. This is day 3 of playing Warframe. I was working on that game earlier this stream. That's not the game though. Of MS recently, the client is... Wait, MS what? Like Minesweeper? Is this what you're talking about? Yeah, Minesweeper is a gaming classic. Dude, I can just kind of do my configuration now before I, Okay, I guess not. Okay, they got it covered. Dude, we're just kind of chilling here, man. It's kind of chilling here. That's crazy. All right, we're just gonna. Don't mind me. Just gonna try to. 60 hertz. Yeah, yeah. Vertical sync off. Yep. I don't know why it's being rough, man. You can live, guys. I believe in you. See, they had it. I doubt that's gonna fix anything, but that's the only setting I can actually grab. That's the only setting I can grab within my little period of anxiously not being here. Yeah, they got this covered, right? I don't need a... We're good, right? You guys don't need me to... From your game, maybe. Between this and OBS. I gotta say, every time I, Actually, no, that's probably unrelated, though. Yeah, I'm not sure what's the deal. Because my machine should more than be able to handle streaming and this, so I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe I need to get a capture card and stream from a different machine. Maybe that's just what I gotta do. But, I'm shooting at my own dude. He has a red health bar. What do you expect from me? I see red and I just go, it just makes me go crazy. Alright, we're just gonna hang out here, I guess. Ow. Alright, this is a good time. Can I go back to settings and try to fix this?
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting? Continue to defend.
WarFrame, yeah, we're doing WarFrame right now, man. We're gonna fix this, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to live with it for right now until we get out. Apparently, we're just winning. We can't stop winning. I'm so tired of winning. Hey, I'm actually using my abilities for once. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, for me, this game feels like a delight. For you, it might be kind of a little bit not. But in a weird way, it kind of reminds me. I remember playing Killzone 2 on the PlayStation 3. In a weird way, like looking at the OBS capture kind of reminds me of watching Let's Plays of that when I was stuck on something. What is going on here? You're still... Wave cleared, okay. Wave cleared. Very cool. While the wave is cleared. Please don't do anything. I'm scared. What if I make this a windowed? What if I made this a Windows application? I'm not sure. I'm just kind of changing some stuff here to see if I can hopefully... Yes, save. Okay, I'm hearing death and I don't like this. I don't want to be a bad member. I wish to contribute to the household, Papa.
Papa! I can buy mother some bread. Okay, what's going on here? What's going on here? What's going on here? I'm just seeing chaos, dude. I'm just seeing chaos, man. I don't know what's going on here. I'm just kind of confused, man. I'm just a dude, man. It's my third day here, man. I don't know what a dang frame or war is. I know what war is. Yes, but I'm gonna act as if. Alright, we're just gonna go here. Had to ban a few goobers. What's going on, like Jay? Was incredible on PS3. I loved it. I should play it again. I have the PS3 right now. It would work on this. I've streamed PlayStation 3 games before. Maybe one day I'll bring it back. Bring it back out. On Linux now with Proton compatibility. Yeah, it's crazy. It's Proton is nothing short of a modern miracle. Like what it's done for having Linux compatibility for most games is kind of insane. Like playing the finals on this and actually having decent, like having it work very well was kind of insane. All right, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. They seem like they got it locked down, man. They seem like they got this covered. Any goobers there?
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
I guess this is the last one, right? API for gaming. It's extraordinary. That's crazy, yeah. It's absolutely insane.
Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
Yeah, Valve went crazy, man. Or was it Valve who created Proton? Or was it a pre-existing thing that Valve adopted? Okay, I just kind of did nothing. There we go. Oh, you're still alive. Yeah, Proton's pretty insane. I'm not sure how Wine does that. Does Wine do the same thing where it tries to remap the Win API? Or does it do something different? I'm not sure, actually. Oh my goodness, what is going on? What is happening, dude? Yeah, monitor's fun, man. The monitor is definitely super fun. Am I supposed to be picking up stuff? What does one do? The thing is, the monitor is so small, I can't read the text, dude. If I'm gonna be honest with you, I can't really read the text. So the game's been probably telling me a bunch of things, and I just don't know what it's telling me to do. Honestly, I can't even see my health bar, man. That's how bad the resolution kind of is. But I love it. It's my resolution. I love it. For better or for worse, that's my resolution. Oh, we're supposed to go in. What are we supposed to be doing? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is wild. Yeah, I'm not sure. I could be dying. I could not be dying. I would have no idea. But I'm still living and it seems to be working, so I'm just assuming everything's good, man. I'm running a 5060. So it's definitely not a slouch. I think now I'm more bounded by the CPU, but I don't know, we'll see. Honestly, though, I have like a pretty decent laptop I can use. I have a couple I can use for streaming. I just need to get something for a capture card or something. I had one, but it just broke. Elgato, I'll never forgive you, Elgato. What you've done to me. I've only had the streaming card for 15 years, and it died on me. How dare you, Elgato? I will never shop with you again. Oh. Yeah, I'm just I'm just scared. I'm confused. I'm just hearing screams everywhere now. Why do we do this for fun? I ranked up apparently though. That's pretty exciting. I think the CRT, because I can't read, kind of has me in this perpetual state of feeling like I'm just confused all the time. I'm just like I'm just a little confused. Very cool. Okay, am I good to go? Okay, cool. One of the screens crashed. Oh, my bad, guys. No, it's my camera. I have a camera that's not meant to do video, and I'm forced it to do video consistently, and it hates it. Actually, it's not even the camera's fault. This is tax. This camera is such a beautiful camera, and it got handicapped due to tax reasons. Because that's a 30-minute timer that makes it turn off, and it's artificial, and it exists there only for tax purposes, just so it wouldn't be considered a video camera, which is taxed higher, at least during the time of this being manufactured. So now I have to deal with this artificial camera timeout because of taxes. All right, let's check out the in-game frame counter. Yeah, so you guys can see it. Also, I have to look in this screen to actually view it, so we're just gonna do that real quick. Don't mind me. Vertical sync off. 4:3 aspect ratio. We are doing brightness. None of that. Show FPS. Sure thing. So what's our FPS look like? If I could read it. Oh, we're rocking 49 frames per second.
Orbis has determined the secrets to happiness are a combination of heightened dopamine.
And GPU's 3.49 milliseconds.
You're welcome.
Yeah, RAM. Not that much. VRAM 1.4. Yeah, it's not that bad. So maybe I'm more just CPU bounded here. Maybe I just gotta get a CPU. Call it a tax write-off, right? That's what you do. Okay, what if we just... Okay, what's gonna actually affect things? Texture memory? No, I'm not limited by memory. Particle system quality? Maybe. GPU particle quality. GPU's fine. Anti-aliasing is disabled. Geometry quality, unless it decimates meshes. Unless it decimates meshes. We're gonna be playing like this is like a 2000. Oh, that's. Oh, you know what? Okay, let's just confirm that. See if that changes things at all. 49 frames per second. Okay. Should we upscale it, guys? Oh, yeah. Max, if you want to see more that way. Okay, let me try that. I mean, I'm probably not going to do max because this is already tiny field of view, but you can up this bad boy a little bit more. Remove parts for CRT probably. That's what I'm thinking. Is there anything else here in the graphic side of things? Do you have anything? Well, I guess it's OBS too, is the intensive application. But even then, I would think it's more on the GPU side. Actually, I'm not sure if it's doing fragment stuff or... volumetric fog? No, thank you.
I don't think that has. Motion blur is on? No, turn that off. Higher shader quality? Yes. Distortion. Film grain? That's not going to be. Blue intensity? Yeah, that's fine. Weapons elemental effects. Color correction. Character shadows. Shadows would be whack though. No shadows? No shadows? Okay, what is this person saying? Gang, these are better graphics than my old PC. Don't worry about it. We're chilling, dude. How's WarFrame? I've been enjoying it, Icy. I've been enjoying it, man. Change your max frame rate. Well, it should be capped to 60, right? I'm grabbing the wrong thing. My bad. I have it capped to 60, but I don't think that's going to change it. Oh no, never mind, you're right. It's much higher now for some reason. Well, that's strange. Well, I wonder how it's gonna look under load though. Oh, actually no, it's not looking higher for you guys though. It's much higher for me though. So yeah, I'm gonna chalk this up to OBS being... Oh, you know, one thing I could try, and this might be more just a Ubuntu weird thing, but I can try full screen and then see if that fixes things for you guys. Nope. Also, it has this weird effect. We're not doing that. Just kidding. We're not doing that. All right. Borderless, full screen. Let's try windowed. Let's see if that works. Yes, using my Windows file my Windows manager. Yes. This is what peak looks like, guys. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. That's hilarious. Yeah, borderless full screen. I don't know why when I do that, it messes up the aspect ratio. Yeah, I switched to auto, no. Alright, we live with this. It made it worse. It's WarFrame. Yeah, we're WarFraming. On the cosmetics, I haven't even got there, man. Yeah, we're i3. I'm an i3 gang, man. i3. Gang. Yeah, I think this is OBS. Actually, let me just, is there anything else I'm running here? I have this game open, but that's not intensive. That's nothing. Get this out of here. RAM, I have Discord, but I doubt. I mean, I know Discord is a poorly written, I'm not gonna say poorly written. It's just it's an Electron app. It's JavaScript, okay? So it's kind of inherently just bad, but it shouldn't be that bad. Okay, I guess we just keep moving. Actually, it's like 110. Could we do one short mission and then we'll call it maybe? Because I kind of don't want to stop for now. I'm enjoying myself a little bit. No, I did not make this. I'm sorry, guys. I need to change the title. Let me change the title so people are not confused and I'm getting stolen valor. We're not doing that. I was working on my game earlier today. This is the game I'm playing to end the stream off with, just because I just want to relax. I just want to relax. There we go. Yeah, I just want to chill out, decompressed. Adds to the theme.
Here is a terminal. Get me in and get ready to defend.
There's a Reddit post on a WarFrame server that a guy was playing on a screen so small the lowest graphics possible still got 10.
This will take a moment.
A good mastery. That's crazy, dude. That's actually kind of insane. What does a small screen possible look like? Like, is it one of those, like, Sony, the JVC, like, teleprompt, not teleprompt. What was it? This micro small JVC ones. You know what I'm talking about?
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
I'm just defending that. Okay, I'll defend over here. Can they rush? Wow, dude, that's kind of crazy. Oh, this is another defender.
Focused. There's a
Oh, this is gonna take a long time.
We are finished here. Move on.
Okay, we're moving on to the next point. Okay. Okay, hopefully it's not too long.
Patch me in.
I have to go to work tomorrow, or today. Which I'm not opposed to doing. I just haven't gone there in a while. And I need to.
And defend our
And I'd rather go early.
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
Okay.
I'm detecting a large security force heading your way.
Hey.
Over here.
Hello? Hello? I gotta say, this has been very enjoyable so far, though. This has been such a nice, chill game. This and, like, racing games are nice. Well, even then, racing games are way more intense. Like, I have to... I mean, I'm probably sure WarFrame gets intense. I'm just a newbie in the early stages. But racing games... They're kind of like they start turning into like almost like a martial arts kind of discipline thing, where it's like, all right, we're gonna have to practice this thing and take notes and understand how we're gonna be handling this corner and whatnot, and we're gonna spend like a couple hours on this one track just to make it, just to get the better score. That's not like to complete the game. It's just to make me feel happy that I beat my own thing.
I'm in, Tenno.
Yeah, my bad.
This will take a moment.
I was a little distracted there, sorry. Oh, what's going on here? What's going on here? Yeah, it's kind of like the stress of like, not stress, but it's kind of like fighting games, but at the very least, I don't feel angry with anyone. It's just like, all right, I lost against this track today. We're gonna get better.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Yeah, it's super satisfying. My game name is Trixelbit, I believe at least. It's the same as my like Discord handle. But you can find me on Warguns on that. Yeah, I should probably like have that out somewhere, or as a command or something.
Mission complete.
The issue is I don't want to play this off stream. I like this as like, okay, this is the thing I get to experience on stream. This is like my treat. Not that making games is not my treat, but it's nice to be like brain dead. Be like, yeah, I don't have to worry about angular momentum and why my rotations aren't working the way I want it to. I mean, it's fun, but right now my brain's a little gassed. So we go a little brain dead. Hey, we made it.
Another job well executed.
Okay, that was pretty quick, actually. BioShock. BioShock is a great game, dude. Great game. $12 is definitely worth. It becomes like a bullet hell game, but you are immortal. Okay, that makes it less stressful, thankfully. Bullet hell is already hard as is. 3D is something weird. Like even like near games, they're not as bad, but there's something about 3D space that makes it very hard to rationalize space
Operator, your inbox exists in a non-zero state.
in a non-zero state.
You guys remember AIM? You got mail. Might be nice to have my email do that. Your inbox exists in a non-zero state. In game, explain how to check his abilities and other. Thank you. Where are we at? Is it in I'm assuming that. One unread message. Okay, let me read it on here. Friend, I owe you big. You got me out of. Okay, that's somebody. Is that a character? Darvo. Are these in-game characters? Press T to check chat. Oh. All right. Taking you to on stream, the game mode you were in was defense. You can extract anytime by choosing the left option. Oh, okay, thank you. Which you can check out by pressing. It's cut off for me. Okay, we can see. By pressing and going into equipment option and pressing the abilities and then, okay, pressing escape. Okay, escape. There you go. And in the game settings, there's a search bar which you can type in what you find. Okay. Okay, equipment, abilities. Sweet. Sweet, so that's a pretty quicker way to get to, and it has like passives here. Interesting. So is this like a skill tree thing, or is it more like the more you use it, the more you'll level this up or something? Cause I remember last time seeing these being different. One was like ranked up and then others were at 0 still. And it says something else. It says like, oh, it says max rank. Okay. Rank 1, ranked 1, rank 1. And this is the one I know for sure I've been using the most. You have them all unlocked? Sweet. Oh, so it's just a matter of unlock or not. Okay. Okay. Oh, you invited me to a game? I'm going to be hopping off. That was my last one. But next stream, usually I stream Wednesdays. So, but Wednesdays I'll be down to hop on. Wednesday after, maybe I don't know, guys. There's this thing that's been happening where because I save WarFrame for the end of the stream, I end stream really quickly, or I don't get to play WarFrame as much. And I've had this like itch to just stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays just to play WarFrame, but I know that's gonna be a problem. Brother, I have a game to make in 3 weeks. But yeah, to a game. Oh, this is tempting though. I need to sleep. I need to go to work. Thank you though. Next time I'll take you up on it, especially if you request me early on. I'm down. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys. The back of your character's head looks wild. We're talking about in-game or in real life? Okay, you can't see my head. Good. Oh, I just realized his head, like, it moves with the cursor. Wait, is this actually dynamically lit? Wait. Is these decals? No, it's from the environment. Never mind. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for hanging out for another day of just warframing and chilling after a session of game deving. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. It's always nice to have you at your company, and I thank you guys for being super nice and helpful with me in getting into Warframe and learning. This is like the first time I haven't really played an MMO ever, so this has been a very nice experience. So thank you guys, and as always, thank you for the company, and until next time, stay cozy. Ta-ta.